That's a yes or no question.
The link to do what?
To the
The
notes.
notes. It was posted on Discord.
So that would be a answer would be no. So can you say the word no so we can get you the notes? So Precious, you have the notes. Ali, do you have the notes? Yes or no?
Yes, I have the notes.
Okay, Precious, you have the notes. You made them. Ali, do you have the notes? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Mohid, do you have the notes?
No, I don't have any note.
Notes. Okay.
Sorry.
So Precious just linked them on the chat, so you should have it now.
Yeah, I just did that. The note is on the GT chat.
Okay.
So does someone want to facilitate?
Low battery. Okay, I'll do.
Hello?
Okay, can we check again? Who would like to check in?
We are 6 here.
Yeah, this is main session.
No, we have two groups, so I don't know how we do the
You have
coordination.
two group for main session?
According to the policy, the new team and the old team.
I did not know the policy about new team and old team.
No, the new team, you should, I think you know now, it's just that maybe it is not been well emphasized. The old team does not interact directly with the new team.
What
So,
is it? Is there is something that's smelling, distracting with the people, by the way? You
what is
guys
it?
look like that word for me I feel like there is discrimination. We are all human beings. Why don't you be together?
Okay, so we're going to be communicating, talking about that, and the fact that that's even an issue is exactly why. Okay, so let's make that a topic. We can make that
It
our
is you
first
now
topic.
hating, you bringing a new people, you introduce them to hate each other. For me, that is not good. It is the way of even discouraging, it's the way of seeing other people as the problem to
No, it's
organization.
actually just a
You,
right. Everybody
you
has a
bring the
right
new
to
people
work with the.
introduced to the problem. Fine.
Everyone has a right to create their own
And you guys
organization,
voting
Lucy.
on a new team policy that no one knows. It is only you. I don't know, maybe Martin and Jay knows about the policy. New recruit are allowed. For me, I'm not aware that policy.
Actually, I put it on the agenda to discuss today, but Martine's, for some stupid reason, brought it up right now, which makes no sense. So we can all do policy training for doing topic 0, starting with Martine's. And then
Now,
we can make
of course,
sure
I will
that we get
definitely do
focused
policy
on
team.
our work professionally like we're supposed to. Otherwise, we're just losing value from our because we're not following policies.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So can we get started and focus on the actual? By the way, there's no one in the noob team who showed up, so I don't know if there's anything even gonna happen. So like, nothing's
Let's check
happening.
in.
Thank you. I'll go first. I am a 3. I've been working on a lot on the recruitment, the finances, the assets, doing a lot of trading and just like coordinating with all the crypto and the stocks, and also making sure all of our payroll systems are updated and simplified, as well as doing a lot of preparation for our finances and accounting and just all the new team policies and functioning with the new recruits. So it's been a massive week, very, very busy, not to mention all the outreach and other
live streaming is on.
So I've been doing a lot of other outreach and with other organizations as well for the social side of things. So anyways, lots going on. I'd love to give other detailed updates on everything, but let's just keep continuing to the next person. Check.
Thank you. Before the next person we go, we need to verify our real-time policy. We need to do that before we start. I'm sure nobody has done any statement and we are still going on with this. So we need to do policy training for violating that.
Okay, well, I can do my statement as part of my check-in. So I am willing to work 100% pay stop, and for recruitment and the budget, because we still do not have a budget. We're a week and a half late. Not good. So hopefully the new recruits can help us make sure our budget is done on time for next month. So we have 3 weeks to do the budget for next month. It'll be very easy to do because we have plenty of time. I think that's it, right? And the new
Yes.
recruits obviously don't need to do a statement because they are not in the budget yet.
Okay, good. What's going next? We need to know who's doing what and when. Who's going to be the facilitator? Who's going to be human timekeeper, policy timekeeper? We need to do that. Have we done that?
Always the people need to sign up their roles. I
So
assign
let's
myself my role. You check on the role that you like to take.
okay. So let's quickly confirm that it's important before we proceed.
Kindly check out. Let's check in as people are signing the role. We know, who like to check in?
Okay.
Okay, I'll be the human timekeeper.
Okay.
Who like to check in, please?
Please
I
stop
will
and
go.
get ready. Now
Please.
inhale.
So
1, 2,
policy.
3. Exhale.
So
1, 2, 3.
So really quickly with the timekeeping.
Exhale. Relax.
Oh my god. All right. So it sounds like there's a lot of background noise here. I'm gonna mute Precious. All right.
A good
Okay.
session.
So really quickly, Precious, I muted you, but the bottom line is that for the human timekeeping is now the rhythm. So we have automated human timekeeping because nobody was ever able to do it. So we set up a robot to do it because no one could do it. Okay. So there is no longer human timekeeping position except for pushing the play button on the rhythm and making sure it loops.
Okay. What about organizational timekeeper?
Yes, organizational timekeeping is very important. And we have typically 20 minutes for getting our check-ins done in topics.
So work priority master, storyteller, value tracker, lister, vocabulary lister. I'll do that. So I'll be taking the audio and video indexer. Then I will also be
Actually,
vocabulary.
I was checking in. I'm looking forward to have a good session. I'm at 3. I've been working on pop verification. I'm not done yet. Payroll, monthly accounting, deadline update, and recruitment follow-up check. My statement, I'm willing to work on 100% pay stop.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah. I'm willing to work on.
Okay. Good. So for me, I'm checking in Martins. So who's taking the note for me?
Yeah,
I can take notes.
Okay, so Martins 5.3. I have been working on recruitment and also on budgets. I've assisted the organization in ensuring that most of the recruits moved from subsequent stage to the next stage, which most of them are now on stage 4. I also work with Lucy on budgets. My statement, I am willing to work on 100% pay stop for recruitment and other pay stops. Check.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Great. All right. So did everyone check in? No, it looks like we're missing Ali.
Yeah, we're missing Ali, we're missing Precious.
Precious.
We're missing.
Moe?
Precious.
Okay, Precious,
Okay.
would you check in?
Precious, I'll check. I'm
Ali,
a 5.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Yes. And I've been assisting with the GWC budget. And since I'm not hired yet, I guess that's what I can assist with for now.
Is that a check?
That's it.
Okay, good.
Yes,
So,
that's the
Ali,
check.
Ali,
Yes.
check in, please.
Mm, it's 7.
Good. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Six.
I have been assisted DWC time budget and
Mm-hmm.
I have been assisted DWC budget
Mm-hmm.
and
Yes. Is that all?
yes.
Okay, no problem. So that's a check. I think we've all checked in. Who else is on the line? Afalabi is there. Hello, Afalabi.
Hello. Good evening.
Okay, good evening. Please check it, please.
Okay. So this is I think I'm lacking behind in a lot of things. I've not been able to. I actually don't know how this work. Yeah, but I will definitely be assisting everyone in the budgeting role. Yeah. And
Okay.
I've not been hired, as I've been told. I've not been hired. I've not done my interview, so
Time to stretch. Please
No
stop
interview.
and stretch
Okay,
and
so
move
that would
around
be the
for 50
priority.
seconds.
So you would need to go and do your interview. So we can get started on that as topic one and just see if there's any questions or anything we can do, or someone can just go with Mohid to do the interview.
Sorry, what's your number, please, Ali, before we proceed? From 1 to 9. Just as others have said. Afalabi, what's your number
okay.
from 1 to 9?
Okay. Mine should be number 8.
Okay, good.
Number 8.
That's good. So we can move forward to the next tab, which is focus on the desired outcome topics tab. Let's go there. Okay, cool.
So I would say topic one would definitely be to focus on Mohid.
Power on. Bluetooth. Bluetooth connected.
Hello?
Hello?
So my proposal would be to have the first topic be on Mohid.
Sorry, what exactly do you want me to do? Sorry, please. I don't know.
I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm saying that we should have our first topic as our session be focused on you and getting your interview started. That's my recommendation.
Okay.
Does
Yeah.
anyone object to the proposal for the first topic?
It's okay. For me, yes, for me.
Alright, so we have topic one. So topic one will be Mohit. So Mohit, do you know what team that you're applying for?
Virtual assistants. Yes, I applied
That would be
on
the per
Upwork.
position, right? So we're all workers for doing virtual assistants, but what team? Do you know which
So,
team?
time to
If there's
pause.
the new
Please
team,
stop.
old team, and
Close
buffer
your
team.
eyes. Count. 1, 2,
I've not
3.
been assigned to any team yet,
Open
but I would
your eyes.
definitely love to know my team. But I've not been assigned to any team yet.
Okay, well let's just do the interview and then we can go from there. So, does someone want to go do the interview with Mohit, or do you want to schedule for tomorrow or another day, or what?
I would definitely love to do it right now, but depends. If anyone wants to schedule tomorrow, the same time tomorrow, it's still okay. But if it's available today, I would definitely love to do it today.
Okay, I will take you.
Okay.
I'll take you.
Martine can
Now,
do it. Okay. So,
Yeah. So
are there any questions you have, Mohit, before you do your interview?
okay. So please, I just definitely want to know what this is all about. What is the actual work? What the goal here? Sorry, I want to know.
Okay. Um, so there's two questions. One is about like what is the mission and purpose and what do we do here? And the other question is like
Exactly.
what is the actual work? So they're quite
Yes.
different things. So our mission and vision is really building decentralized, distributed, cooperative models across the world, and we're working together to address social problems and social good. And so we're creating a network that supports anyone who wants to create a social project for good, to do anything. So
Okay.
our primary work that we've done in the past has been in doing sponsorships and supporting and you know startup work for social organizations. And after
Okay.
the pandemic, during the pandemic, everything fell apart, and after the pandemic, we've had a very difficult time getting back up and running. So we work on everything from new economic systems, including crypto and all of the different tokens and everything. We work on social justice and strikes and boycotts and protests. We work on all the anti-corruption models, new democracy models, and all just anything that can empower the people to take on the power away from the billionaire class and all of the people who are basically controlling and destroying the environment and the planet, right? So I could go on and on about all the crises and all the problems in the world that we are trying to help address. But as far as the actual work goes, the actual
Okay.
work has nothing to do with those things. Because as a cooperative, we are an administrative organization, and what we do to support the social projects is administrative work. So the work that
Okay.
we do to support the project is just administrative, finances, taxes, making sure we have social media presence and communications with the public, so we're publicly accountable and that people know about what's going on in the projects, and we're able to raise money and make sure that we're
Please
doing
stop.
all of our
Heading.
payrolls and everything's
1,
legal and
2,
functional.
3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale
Okay.
together. 1,
I think
2.
yeah, I'll get the point. Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what social project you want to do, if it's going to be successful, it's going to have a budget. It's going to have a payroll. It's going to have, some sort of financial system attached to it. It's going to have some type of accountability. It's going to have decision making in sessions, and it needs to be organized and documented. There needs to be a website. There needs to be social media, and there needs to be connections and communications and updates. It doesn't matter what the project is. We have to do the work and the administrative
Okay.
side of it. Otherwise, it will fail. And that's one of the reasons we see so many social projects fail over and over and over again, is because there's no administrative system of supporting our world's humanities social projects, and they fall apart or they get corporatized and controlled by big money special interests. Okay, so we're trying to create something that's bottom up, that's controlled by the people. So it's easier said than done, and a lot of the times we argue and we have problems and we don't have enough money and we can't pay ourselves, so it's just a big mess, and it's just trying to fix it and make it functional. Okay, and we are all
Yeah.
we're in a co-op, and so we all are owners of the co-op, so no one can be fired, and everybody's equal.
Okay.
Everyone has equal vote, and no one can be fired, and that's the situation. Okay. But what we can
Yeah.
do is if we can create our own organizations and our own teams and our own groups, that is all within policy. So if we have problems working together, which obviously have happened in the past and are still ongoing, we have plenty of policies to ensure that the work can happen in parallel and that things can move forward, even for people who want to set up their own teams, or we even have individual contracts if you don't want to be part of the team. That's also possible. So we're very flexible, very open. So hopefully that kind of answers your first two questions. I think those are good questions for everybody else too. So did you have any other questions, Mohit?
No other question. I think I get the point.
Awesome. Okay. So why don't you all go to NW
I will send you the link on DWC.
Okay, DWC
Or,
website.
Okay.
yeah. So I'll send you the link to the group now. So just check Discord for further communications.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next topic. Can we have topics now?
This is called further communication.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So check your communication on Discord. Afolabi. Who's on Unity?
Okay, I'm checking it now.
Okay, good. So I take my leave. I'm going to DWC.
Great. All right. So I think that we are ready for our next topic. So I would say we either do one of these proposals. So there's the proposal of the new and the old team not communicating directly together, and then we have the proposal of the 10% bonus. I think maybe we should do the 10% bonus first, because it would be good to have Martins for dealing with the buffer side of things. But Mahid, we're done with that. So, and then there's also obviously Ate, there's Lucy, Ate, Lucy, and then we have client expectations for the budget. So this is actually related to right? So this is this is this is So this is just recruitment and recruitment. We did all that. Recruitment. So then Lucy and Ate would be, payroll value, right? Value / pay. Cool. All right. So review POP. So would this be POP verification? POP verification criteria?
Yeah, for verification. I saw some criteria that you are adding, but according to the policy that I'm following, I don't understand. It is not there.
Yes, we need to change and update the POP verification criteria, as I've been saying, right? That's why it's part of right? So we need to make sure the co-op 2.0 is included in the criteria. Martins, what's up?
Okay.
Sorry, Jay, can the DWC allotment adjustments be added to the topic?
Can the what? The DWC what?
Allotment adjustment.
Oh, the allotment?
Was
Okay.
the 250, yes, wasn't enough for three of us.
Time to take a break. Please stop. Write down whatever you were about to say and take
Afolabi is still
6
here.
minutes.
I need you to move. I've been waiting for you for the past 20 minutes. I need you to move down to DW. Check your message on Discord, please.
So, Mohid, do you have the link, the correct link? It's http meet.zip.c/DWC. Do you see that link, Mohit? And please, can you mute Lucy? Lucy, can you please mute? Okay, I'm muting Lucy. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So Mohid, you're muted right now, but you need to go to meet.jit.c/dwc. Can you do that, please, Mohid? Can you unmute too so we can hear you? We can't hear you. Mohid?
I'm not sure it's there again.
Okay, yeah. Please, how would I get there? Because I'm unable to get there right now. Please, I don't know if you can send it on the chat.
Check the Discord channel. You will see they have messaged you like 2
Yes.
messages there. Just check. You see.
It's only taking me to a Google sheet. Like,
So
okay.
the next one that says I am waiting for you, meet you at gt./dwc. Please click it.
I'm already there.
They are not there. They are not there. They are not there. You are still not there. I'm waiting for you. You are still not there. Okay, check GT channel. I mean chat. You will see the link there. Okay, yeah, that.
Are you guys good?
Yes, we are doing. We're good.
Excellent. All right. So so obviously we have lots of things on the budget. Cuz I think that's our number one goal today is to approve the budget. Get the budget approved and passed. So the question from here is, what topic should we focus on? Maybe we should start with like a budget status update and kind of what needs to be done. Budget status update. Do we want to do that?
Yes.
Yeah. So are there any objections to doing a budget status update as our second topic? For topic 2, maybe 6 to 12 minutes. Does that sound good? Ali, are you in agreement?
Yeah.
Lucy, are you in agreement? Lucy, you're on mute. Ali, are you there?
Yes.
Are you in agreement with the topic?
Yes.
Yeah. So if Lucy doesn't respond, under our policies, we are required to send a message on Discord. So if someone's not responding, you're required to send a message on Discord. So I go, Lucy, you are not responding and are on mute. We are going to topic 2, even though you did not agree. So she's not agreeing to the topic, but there's no objections. So she's not communicating. So as far as we're concerned, she's not here, not available. All right, does that make sense? So if you stop communicating, your time no longer tracks. You're no longer getting value and bonuses. Like it's like you're not here. Okay. All right. So and that's also why when you show up on time, you show up on time to Jitsi, where we're talking like human beings. That is the start time. And you can track as much as 15 minutes early to get prepared and communicate on Discord before the session starts. And then the session starts on time, the top of the hour or the bottom of the hour, whenever it's scheduled. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Good, good, good. All right, so topic 2. Does anyone want to practice making the tab, or should I make it? Okay, I'm going to take that as a no, and so I'm going to go on making tabs. So I'm going to say topic 2, and topic 2 is going to be the budget status. Okay. So topic 2 budget status, I copy the topic 2 desired outcome, and I put it here so that we all have it in the notes. Okay, excellent. So now, for topic 2, also if we're doing notes updates, you can actually copy and paste this entire thing into the notes updates. Not a big deal though, but okay. So from here we need a link to a budget. So if no one can get a link to the budget, I'm happy to get it, but let's give everyone an opportunity.
I think but topic 2 has 2 tabs.
So who created the other tab?
I don't know.
Ali, did you create it?
No, sir.
Okay, well then it must have been Lucy and she's not communicating. So this is why it's so important to communicate, right? If people are not communicating, then it's not really helpful. Be here. So Lucy at Lucy, are you making tabs without communicating? What is going on? And also put it in the recruitment group too. At Lucy, you are on mute and not communicating.
Hello.
Oh, there you are, Lucy. Are you communicating finally?
I'm talking. I don't know why you guys don't hear me. I say I'm making the topic.
It was because you were on mute and you just unmuted yourself and you told you were on mute about 10 times. And you didn't respond.
I did not hear. Sorry.
Maybe you're just distracted to something else. Anyway, so does someone have the link to the budget? Any budget, one of the budgets for 130?
Yes, I put the link to the budget.
Excellent. Okay, so here's the budget. So we're going to look at just the minimum expectations for the budget approval. And so really we just want to consider, well here, we'll just add it over here. So there's SFC team, and DWC team. So those are the 2 budgets that we're trying to get verified. So recruitment follow-up has been completed. Allotment, we have completion, but we have concerns, right? So there's concerns on the allotment. So let's go ahead and make that yellow. Recruitment interview verification. I don't believe we ever did that. We might have to skip it. Skip. And do policy training.
Verification. I put all the POPs verification for new recruit on the same place.
Yeah, but we just didn't do the POP verification update. Recruitment POP verification did not happen. All right, budget rankings. We are skipping that as well, and we should probably do policy training for that. Vote on proposal for deadlines, including official budget with values. We did that. So that's all done. We have all of our values. Just to start with, finalize budget deadlines tab.
So you move to.
This is all
done. Now you can see questions. We have questions. We have topic 0, which is questions. We have communications, which
Martins,
is topic 1.
are you asking us a question?
Martins.
Okay, I'm muting Martins. All right.
Okay.
Potential income tab is completed. We still have to do that for HR board though. CUS agreement and client expectations after agreement. I mean, this is okay. Evaluations of but we don't have actually agreement, right? So there's no agreement yet. So we have the expectations, but they haven't been agreed to. So we'll make that yellow. So just need a final agreement. Still pending. Evaluation of last month's client expectations. Yes, we did that. Team schedule. we do have team schedule. It has not been completed though. So almost done. New policy for effective bonuses on pay stops.
Not done.
Yeah, that's a pretty important one too. Deadline updating. I think this could be something simple like a proposal, for 25% reductions in bonuses each week.
And time to start. Please get focused on the session.
So I don't know exactly what we'll do with that, but anyways, I'm adding that to our topics, and maybe we can get that one dealt with. Deadlines updating. So all the deadlines updating and everything related to deadlines is technically not part of the budget, right? And the same thing with the payroll and the planetary session and the RTVA deadline. So all of this, I'm gonna make gray, or we'll make it, yeah, let's make it gray for now. No, I don't like that. Let's make it gray over here. So basically, this is not directly related to a budget. Update responsive training criteria for official budget. So this one we started, but we didn't really finish it. RTVA issues, why are we not able to do it? We didn't talk about that, but again, it's not really related to the budget. New team for name, but we did that, so that is yes. Okay, so basically all we have left is the new policy for the bonuses. Oh, and there also is two other policy proposals that we have here. There's the bonuses for official trainings and then old team, new team, right? So there's bonuses for official training, and then there's new team and old team relationship, right? So those need to be addressed. And then we have only the recruitment POP verification, which should take like 5 minutes. And then the interview verifications, like we can skip that. So we're basically done. It's pretty much done. It would be good to get the deadlines updated, but again, those are separate from the budget. You don't have to get the deadlines updated to get the budget approved. It's just that we're still on 100% pay stop. But the new workers will be able to move forward with their stage 5. Okay. So that is the current status of everything for the budget. Are there any other status updates or details or questions on the budget status? But overall, not much to do. Let's just see. So this is a quick topic for the POPs. Is a quick topic. Potential income tab for the HR board is very simple as well. Right. So I would actually put HR board as its own topic. So HR board. Communications, voting, and potential income budget. So overall, we have not finalized everything for the HR board, which is required. So if we just simplify everything to the minimal needed, we just have the POP criteria. So we have the POP criteria, policy on effective bonuses for the pay stops, bonuses for official training, new team and old team relationship, and HR board communications and voting and potential income budget. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 outstanding things for the budget. Some of these potentially could be skipped, but if we skip them, then it'll cause major problems later.
But I have a concern on new policy for affecting bonuses on pay stub, because on our potential income, we already have the calculation when we have on pay stub. It's deducted. You don't put exact bonus of that. If it is $4, you're not going to get $4.
Okay, so why don't we make that a topic? Should we make that a topic?
Yes.
All right. So if there's no other questions about the current topic, we have a proposal for the new policy on the bonuses, right? Affecting bonuses. So proposal, and this is also on the budget, and this will be topic 3, and this shouldn't take very long. I would say 6 to 12 minutes as well. So it's going to be review and understand proposal, and then vote. Okay. Any concerns about topic 3 or any objections?
No objection from me.
So I think we have agreement on topic 3. Does anyone want to create the tab?
I'll give time to the new recruit to do that.
Yes. Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Precious.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
Can I? Are you done creating the topic?
The tab, yes.
The tab should be. You should always bring up
Like
that
the
tab.
presentation.
Okay, let me just bring it up. Yeah, after tab 2. About to after topic 2, topic 3. Yes. You write all proposal or no? You just write topic, not proposal. Topic 3. Okay.
You can take it up from here.
Who is recording our session on YouTube live? Kindly give us the link.
I am recording actually, so let me get the link because I had forgotten about it. All right, here we go, live. And it is currently working, which is excellent. So copy and paste that on the prep up line 11. It looks like there's also another recording that could be, there's 2 recordings it looks like. So I don't know what the other one is. Maybe that's Martine's recording as well?
I don't know. Because
I think that we have 2 recordings going on. But Martine should have taken his recording to the other channel, but he didn't.
I can't take it since I've already started, but I'm doing audio recording here.
Yeah, but if you're moving to a different room, you would just stop the recording and then restart it in the other room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me do that. Okay. I will move down to. Let me try and stop the live streaming. Can somebody stop the live streaming for me?
Okay.
I don't want to.
I stop from my side. Can I stop?
It. Yeah, stop it. Please do.
Yes. I stop.
Okay. I'm here to see the notification. It is still recording.
It say moderator, moderator would like you to participate. I don't know why.
Jay,
I
can you
stop.
let me to stop the recording? I don't want to log out from here.
What's the problem?
Can you help me to stop the live recording so that I can activate it here?
You can't stop your own live recording? Why not?
I don't want to come here. Yes, I need to come down to SFC if I want to do that.
Close your eyes.
I don't understand. Let's just get focused on the topic, okay? I think it's fine, whatever you want to do. Just get focused, okay?
Okay, no, I will come and stop it.
Cool.
Then give us the link. Then give us the link for the recording.
I'm stopping it now.
Both links are already linked.
Okay, if you link, fine.
They're both linked on the prep up tab. Okay.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
I've stopped it.
All right. So So you don't need to stop it though, Martins. You only need to stop it if you want to restart it in the other room.
Okay.
Anyways, there seems to be a. Okay, that's better. All right. So we're on topic 3. Are you ready for the topic 3? So the proposal is that proposal to reduce deliverable bonuses by 25% each week on the new moon, full moon, or quarter moon.
Live streaming has stopped.
So 4 weeks on 100% pay stop would equal $0 bonuses, period. Okay? So
Okay, I'm coming.
why we would do this is basically that there is with the new model for co-op 2.0, there is a loophole that if you don't have a budget, you can get paid indefinitely to not work on priority deadlines. Okay.
Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 50 seconds.
All right, quick stretch. So that is the proposal. So are there any questions or ideas or information regarding the proposal? So
I just
basically,
don't understand why should we reduce our bonuses by 20%? If there is a loophole, can we identify that loophole and fix it?
yeah, this fixes the loophole. So it's basically saying like if no one has a budget, right? So why, if there is no budget and you still get paid for deliverables,
One, two. Inhale together. One, two. Exhale, relax.
So if there's no budget and you still get paid for the deliverables, you don't have to focus on deadlines anymore. There's no deadlines. And that is a huge problem. Does that make sense?
But yes, it makes sense. And there was no policy why we are getting bonuses because we don't get full bonuses during the pay stop. We get the bonuses according to the percentage that we have.
No. So today, for example,
What happened is that?
Let's give an example just of today. So let's do an example. So today we have $4 bonus for deliverables bonus. Deliverables bonus for running a correct policies for the session, and we get $4 deliverables bonus for participation in the main session. So the main session is the most valuable session of the week, so you get an additional $4 extra. That value is $8. $8 of bonus value, even though we are on 100% pay stop. So we will be distributing the $8 for this particular session, even though we are on 100% pay stop. Does that make sense? Because the bonuses are external to the budget. Does that make sense? And also, it's good to note for the new recruits that there are exemptions to all of the deadlines for the new recruits. So you can have exemptions if you want to choose that. But that'll be part of the legal responsibility. So do you understand for today, Lucy?
Yeah, I understand.
So what this proposal would say is that because we are 1 week late on getting the budget done, today's bonuses would be $6 instead of $8, because it would be 25% less because we are not off 100% pay stop. So if we just never get off 100% pay stop, we will get less and less bonuses until we get no bonuses. So in that way, people who are not in a budget, for example, the main reason this is coming up is because Marcel doesn't have a budget for this month and is not planning on making a budget. So we're just postponing the recruitment until next month, and there's not going to be any budget this month. But he still will get bonuses. But even if you don't have a budget, you must still be responsible for the pay stops and the deadlines. Right? Like, it's not, you can't just be like, oh, whatever about the budget, who cares about the deadlines, I don't need a budget, I'll just get my bonuses. Like, that works for a little while, but then over time it needs to be reduced. So if we don't want to do 25%, we could consider like other percentages. So percentage per week options. So it could be, 25% per week, I think would be on the high side. You could do 20% per week. You could do 15%. Well, you can't really do 15% per week because that doesn't really add up correctly. So this would be 25% would be 4 weeks would be equal to 1 month. So you get a whole month to do the deadlines. 20% is 5 weeks. So that would be equal to 1 month plus 1 week. Then the next one would be 6 weeks, right? So 6 weeks would be 100 divided by 6, which is equal to 16.7%. Be 16.7%, which would be 6 weeks.
To my understanding, I thought there's that $4 during the session. We are always doing in regardless of pay stop. At
Exactly.
least to motivate the workers, because if we deliver other work like let's say taxes example, then it is during that taxes is on pay stop, let's say maybe non-profit taxes, you are not going to get the full value because you are on pay stop. At least the workers will have to be motivated. That $4 that we always get as a following the policy, it's really motivating them. Even if we are on pay stop, if we are on budget team, we are 3 of us, at least someone can get $1 each or 1 point something.
Yes, of course. That's why we have it to begin with. So that's great. But the
when
issue
we
is
come
that
up with this policy, I think okay, let's see people are. That is how people vote.
yeah. So the bottom line is that wait, so 0% per week would basically be like, never have to meet a deadline and get unlimited bonuses, right? So basically the question is, how many months can you go without a budget and still be collecting money and bonuses and all that? And what I'm saying is that it's a loophole to be able to allow people to get endless bonuses forever without doing the deadlines. Right? If you're not here to do the work by the deadline, this is not the right place. Does that make sense? You guys understand?
That's okay.
Yes.
So if we did 10%, if we do 10% and 5%, I mean it's going to be so ridiculously low. But 10% would be 10 weeks. 10 weeks would be equal to 2.5 months. And then 5% per week would be 20 weeks, which would be 5 months, right? Anyway, so let's go ahead and vote on these, and then we'll go from there and see what we can do. So can everybody vote on the different options? So there's basically, you have option 1 of 25%, and all the way down to option shoot. Oh, I see. Option 8. So option 1 through option 8.
Okay.
So no one's voting. Is there a reason? I'm done
No.
voting. Is there any questions about how to vote? Oh, look like Precious is voting. So Martins and Lucy and Ali, is there a reason why you're not voting?
Well, I didn't need to allow people to vote. Let them decide.
So you're
I'll
not,
go with
Lucy,
what
you're not voting?
I'm not voting.
Okay, so Lucy's not going to vote. Ali and Martins? Ali and Martins, are you guys voting?
Sorry, Lucy, Jay, I'll vote. I'm coming. I need to pause. Okay, let me quickly make my boots.
Ali, are you voting? So Martins is voting. We're just waiting for Martins and Precious. So Ali, are you going to vote?
Mm-hmm.
So Ali, was that a yes? Because all I heard was mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. I'm. Yes.
Okay, do you know where you're voting on column M? Do you see that in the notes? On topic 3, line 20, column M? Do you see that, Ellie?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so why don't we take a 5-minute break?
We have 1 minute remaining to this topic, please.
I think
we're
late and we're missing our break, so we need to do policy training for missing our previous break as well. So let's take a 5-minute break, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, 1 minute break. 1 minute. We have 1 minute. Okay.
I've voted.
Great, thanks, Martins.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Ali, are you voting?
Yes, voting. Sir, but I have a question here.
Do you have the notes?
And the break. Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
Ali, are you on the notes?
Yes.
Okay, so do you see do you see the options 1 through 8?
Uh, yes.
Okay, so you can just tell us what you want to vote. So option 1 is 25% per week. Option 8 is 0 per week, and then there's 20% and 5% everything in between. So you can tell us what you want to vote on option 1, and you can vote from a 1 to an 8.
Mm, can you reply it, sir?
So do you understand what we're voting on?
We're voting on for bonus. 20%, 25%
Yeah, we're voting
reduce
on the
bonus.
percentage decrease in bonuses every week that we're on 100% pay stop. Okay, so um,
They said that that means
for
we are
option
not
one, it would be one
meeting our
month.
deadline.
We could be
That's why you reduce 25% bonus. That's it, sir.
right. So basically, what we're saying is that for option one, all bonuses will stop after 1 month of being on 100% pay stop. So if we're on 100% pay stop for longer than a month, nobody can get bonuses because of all the deadlines. Does that make sense?
Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna mute Lucy. Okay, so Ali,
Yes.
what option number one says that you can continue to get bonuses for work even after the deadline at 100% pay stop for an entire month before you're cut off from all money entirely, right? So if there's no budget, we can work without a budget for up to a month and still get bonuses.
Yes.
Option 2 is a month and a week. Option 3 is
Sir, sir, sir,
1.5
sir,
months.
sir. I'm not meet my deadline. That's it, sir.
Yeah, this is for after not
That's
meeting the
it.
deadline.
After not meeting my deadline.
Correct.
That's why you reduce 25% bonus all month.
No.
Am I?
The 25% bonus after the deadline is not met is related to um, well, that is a good point. So we have 25%
Yes, sir.
reduction
Option 8,
after
sir.
deadline not met. So maybe you're right. Maybe that is good enough. Let's think. So if there's no budget, there's still deadlines, and then you get the 25% reduction if the deadline is not met. I don't know. I mean, I think that's probably fine. So maybe it is fine. Ali's bringing up a good point that under our policies, but it's not a 25% reduction. It's a 50% reduction after the deadline not is not met, and then you still get the other 50% bonus after the deadline. But the problem, but that's the whole problem. This is the problem here. Okay, now I remember the problem. So if you have priority 1 and you have priority 2, and they're both, let's say they're both, $10 bonus, right?
Yes.
And then one of them, the deadline is past deadline, and this one you have 1 week for the deadline. The past deadline you would get $5 bonus to do it, and then the 1 week other one you would get $10 bonus. So that's the problem, is that after the deadline passes, what happens is that
Yes.
people just skip and ignore the past deadlines, and
We,
instead they
we are
focus on priority
out of
2.
the time for that topic.
Okay, but does that make sense,
We are
Ali?
out of the we are
Okay,
out of the time
I
for
will
the
do
topic.
policy training. Does that make sense, Ali?
Okay.
Ali, do you understand between the priority 1 and priority 2?
Priority one past deadline that $5 bonus. That's sir, we overcome our deadline, pass our deadlines.
Yeah, so what's happening is that workers are
There is
choosing priority 2, and then we have all of these past deadlines that have been sitting around for months and months and months and months, and that no one does them. They just ignore the
no,
past
sir.
deadlines and they focus on the new deadlines, and they're not getting the work done for the past deadlines. Does that make sense?
Mm, yes, sir.
Yeah.
If he passing his deadline month and every time, but
Yeah.
he is not get any bonus, and he done his work after the before the deadline also get bonus.
Yeah.
This is the real,
Correct.
and company have different policy and company have maintain any policy,
Yeah.
so company can handle for his worker.
Okay. So, anyways, let's go on to the next. And remember, we're not a company; we are cooperative, so we all have our equal owners in our cooperative. All right. So let's go on to the next topic. So we weren't able to get agreement on that, but I think we did make some progress, and we can at least improve on the policy. So do we want to go over on to the next topic? Maybe we go back to the old and new team, or we can go to the 10% bonuses for official trainings.
Yeah, the next should be that.
Ready for the bonuses, right? So this is to
Yes.
align our deliverables model for co-op 2.0 to our old policy on 10% value, right? So that the desired outcome is to make sure that everything is aligned with our policies for co-op 2.0. Okay, so
So how many minutes for this?
let's do 6 to 12 again. This should go fast. If we can't do it in 6 to 12 minutes, it's probably because we don't have agreement, just like the previous one. Okay, so are there any objections to topic 4?
No from me.
No.
Okay,
Yes.
so let's get started with the tab. So there's the tab, topic 4. Excellent. So the proposal is to for all workers that complete up to, let's say, 4, well, no, 2.5 per 1, a lot. Let's say up to 2 official trainings per month will get a 10% bonus on all bonus value for the entire month. Okay, so that's the proposal. Basically, our old policy states that workers who complete official training get a 10% raise. So the idea is to continue that incentive for workers to move forward their official training. So although maybe the 10% bonus is a little bit on the high side, because we want people to have an incentive to actually finish their training as well. And then we also need to have clarity, like after you finish your official training, after you finish your official stage 5 training, this should continue. Oh, look, Mohammed's here. Is that a new person, right? You check in. Mohammed? We can't hear you.
Mohammed, please check.
Mohammed, what?
He
Can you hear
said
us?
it did.
I'm all here.
Can you check in and tell us how you're doing and what your number is?
Okay. Uh,
Mohammed, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, are you able to speak and check in and say how you're doing? Give us a number from 1 to 9.
Okay, I can't seem to find the link.
Pardon?
The link, the link.
The link for
What
what?
link?
I'm not.
Like, just say it.
Okay, I should just say it. So the number is
Yeah.
going to be 7. I'll give it 7.
You're a 7?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what have you been working on?
Continue.
I've not yet started working yet.
Okay, but have you done anything like your interview or your pop?
Yeah, I've done my pop, I've done my interview.
Okay, that's good. And then what team are you proposing to be on?
SEF, actually.
SCF. Okay,
So
cool.
that's
Great. So, Lucy.
Mohammed said yesterday he joined SFC. I don't understand why he said not yet.
No, he said SFC. He
I
just
even
hasn't
asked
started
him.
yet. Okay.
I
So,
said
so
SFC.
Mohammed, just do policy training for being late, but otherwise you're good. So let's get back into our proposal. So I think that this should be a 5% bonus. And then it goes up to a 10% bonus after you finish your stage 5 training. So after you finish your official stage 5 training, will increase to a 5%, a 10% bonus.
If said reminder, budget and US due April 27.
Thank you, Mohammed. All right, so 2 official trainings per month for a 5% bonus. So that would be 2.5% per training.
Sorry, Jake, what is official training?
So once you get approved in the budget, you're going to be doing your legal responsibility, and you get a bonus for that. And then after you complete your legal responsibility, then you would be starting your official training. So your first official training is called the orientation, a joining the team orientation session, which we're required to schedule within 2 weeks, but no one does because no one follows the policies. And then no one does their official training because they just don't care, right? So we've created this policy that if you like that everyone starts at 90% of their pay rate, and then when you get approved and completed your stage 6 for your official training, you go up to your full pay rate, right? You go from 90% to 100%. So you get a 10% raise by completing your official training. So what we're saying here is that to continue to incentivize it with the bonuses, because the bonuses, there's no difference between 5 and 10%. So we could say this is the same as doing a 10% reduction in bonuses until you complete your stage 5 or stage 6 training. Does that make sense? That it's the same thing as saying that there is a reduction in bonuses?
Yeah.
So we could say that, I would actually go as far as to say that you do up to 2 official trainings per month. That if you do do 0 for all workers that complete zero official trainings per month, will equate to a 5% reduction in their entire bonus for that month. And then basically, if you do 2, one official training would be equal to no reduction, right? So 1 official training is equal to normal bonus. And then if you do up to 2 official trainings, you'll get a 5% bonuses of all your value for the entire month. Does that make sense?
If you do one official training, there's no reduction or bonus or extra bonus.
Correct. So basically what this is saying is that to get your normal pay for your normal bonus, you need to do minimum of 1 official training per month. All right, so proposal to get full normal bonus for the month, you need to complete 1 single official training per month, which you actually get a bonus for. Right? So it increases your bonus as well. But then once you do that, if you decide to do a second one, then for that second bonus you will get a 5% increase. And then once you complete all of your official trainings for stage 6, you'll get a 10% increase in all your bonuses.
Yes.
So every single month from then on, after you complete stage 6, you will get a 10% bonus forever, every month. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What happened with the previous policies? These are new policies, Jay.
So this is all for Co-op 2.0 because the previous policies were all based on your base pay. So for your base pay and your bonus pay was deducted from your base pay and everything. So our new model for deliverables bonuses is totally separate from your hourly rate, right? So because we do fixed contracts now, there is no difference between your 10% and your 90% and your 100% pay rate. Because that's only related to your base pay, which is not applicable to your actual deliverables income and pay as an individual worker, right? So because we're switching to a deliverables model for Co-op 2.0, our old model of an incentive for the actual official trainings doesn't exist anymore with the bonus deliverable structure. So this proposal
Live streaming is on.
is reintroducing the 10%. Right? So if a worker doesn't want to do any official training, that's fine. Then they get a 5% reduction in their total overall bonus for the entire month. If they do 1 single training per month, official training per month, then they get their bonus. Okay? And then if you do 2, you get a 5% increase in your bonus for the month. And then if you complete the stage 6 training, you will get a 10% bonus forever on all your bonuses. Does that make sense, Lucy?
It's fine.
So it basically encourages people to do the official training because no one does it and everyone ignores it, and they've been ignoring it for literally ever. All right, so any questions on the proposal?
Yes. I do have a question.
Yeah.
When do one get to start the training?
When does one get what?
Mohammed, repeat your question.
Okay, we can't hear you, Mohammed.
We have 1 minute remain into the topic.
Are there any other questions?
1 minute. 1 minute remain.
Yeah. Is there any other questions?
Yes, sir.
I think what. Okay.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sir, you said 1 training inter month, and he get bonus. And after continue 6 months, he complete whole training. for full month, 10% bonus in a month. Now continue 6 months. There is increase something, or 10% will be continued.
Yeah, so once you complete your bonus, once you complete your stage 6 training and your official training, you would have the 10% bonus forever. So the
Every
only
month.
the only other thing that would increase that is if taking on like a leadership position, going into an executive position, doing something else might take you to like a 20% bonus or whatever. So as you go up in higher positions, you can get paid more money. There's also additional position of the public image worker where you are actually involved in the broadcasting and you actually would do cameras and show your face and everything like that. That's requires better internet connection, all that. So the point is that we have other
Live
positions.
streaming has stopped.
We have other positions that can pay more money, right?
Yes.
But the point is that if
Yes.
you finish your official stage 6 training, you automatically would get a 10% bonus every month.
Yes.
Because you're basically, that's the incentive. So your pay rate goes from 90% pay rate to 100% pay rate, right? By completing the official training.
Yes.
And currently no one does the official training and no one cares about it. It's been years and years and years because there's just no incentive for anyone to do it. Nobody cares, right?
Yes.
So
So it just
are we
never
going to
happens.
use
Close your
pay
eyes.
rate in future?
1, 2, 3, 4,
I don't understand.
5.
What's the question?
Because right now we don't use pay rate. Are we going to use the pay rate in future?
Live streaming is
Because I
on.
understand currently we don't use the pay rates.
We do use the pay rate as part of
We
our base
just
pay. The base pay, and for our tokens and everything, we use people's pay rate in their goal.
no. We get paid based on what we deliver. What we deliver.
Which is still
If
based
it
on
is
your
$4
jurisdiction
per
and your
dollar,
pay rate.
it cannot go $4 times my pay rate. No.
That is actually the current policy.
Yeah, then that is why I'm asking. Are we going to get in future based on our pay
You already
rates
do.
or
So let's say you do. Let's say you decide to work on a very high value. Like let's say there's $25 or even $50 to work on the assets session, right? So we have this very high value asset session that you choose to do, and it's $50, and you do a 30-minute session for the asset session, right? If your pay rate is $4 per hour, you would get paid $2 bonus for that session. You don't get $50 bonus. You understand?
yeah.
Yes.
Right? So you're
But sir,
like our goal is to get the total amount of all of our bonuses to be as high as possible. Right? We want hundreds and hundreds of dollars in all of our bonus pools to make them as high as possible so we can pay people the maximum amount of money. That's the goal. So if the organization, if like you worked for 5 minutes and we had to pay you $50 regardless of how much time you put in, then the purpose of the organization would be to make all of our bonuses as small and minuscule as possible, which would be ridiculous. Because why should the organization have to pay $50, $100 for 2 minutes of work? Right? And the same thing is true for like there's a $6 bonus per HR board vote on the budget, on the official budget. So if they take 30 minutes to do voting and they get paid $10 per hour, they would not get the $6, they would get $5 total. Because they're $10 an hour and there's 30 minutes. If they're getting paid $5 an hour, they would get $2.50 or
But
$5
I
per
think
hour.
we'll have to review it. Because let's say, for example, the work is we finish the work and the work is $50, but that work is successfully done. It should not be based on now.
Sound
Now
take
it
it.
comes to based on my period, because at some point we usually do the work, a lot of work, without considering the pay rate. Why should we consider pay rate when we do more work. When you do a little work with the high
Sure.
pay,
Yeah. So
we
we
reduce
can
our
change
pay.
it if we want to change it. We can change it. So
That is not good.
option one is that the that the bonus values are as high as possible, and our calculation is hours times uh, your goal pay rate for
Please
equals to your
take a
bonus,
break.
right?
It's a break
Option
time.
number two. Option number two is that the bonus values are as low as possible, and you get the total value of the bonus regardless of time. So we can do either option, that's fine. But then if we go with option two, the goal of the organization is making the bonus values as small as possible, which seems counter to what we want. Does that make sense, Lucy?
Yeah.
So do you want option one or option two? Lucy?
Yes, I'm thinking about.
Option two, I think option two is okay for me.
Yeah, if we do option two, then all the bonuses are over and we have no budget. I mean, there's no way we're going to be paying people $100 to do 5 minutes of work. That's never going to happen. So we have to redo our entire budget model, our bonus model, for all the deliverables.
These other proposals sometimes we just give it's tricking our minds.
How is it tricking our minds? I don't understand. Like what you seem to be thinking about, Lucy, is yourself, right? Everyone needs to stop thinking about yourself and think about the team and the co-op as an organization. So we have people all over the
Am I
world
even thinking?
in
Am I
all
still
jurisdictions. So we have people
But
who are.
you know,
Can I
sometimes
please finish, Lucy? Can I please finish?
I did not say
Can I
tricking my
please
mind, tricking our
finish,
minds.
please? Can I please finish?
Anyway, if it is not to comment on policy on any proposal,
No, can I just finish and then you can speak after me? Is that all right?
Actually, we are supposed to be on break.
Okay, well, I'll do policy training then. This is extremely important, and I'll do policy training for an hour. Missing break 1 hour. Okay, you can leave if you want to leave. All right. So for the team and the co-op, we typically think about ourselves for some reason. I don't know why. We need to be thinking about the team and the co-op. We have people all over the world in jurisdictions all over the world. Yes, I want to get paid more money per deliverable. That's great for you as an individual, but as an organization, it makes no sense. So we have people who are making $1 per hour. We have people making $2 per hour. We have people making $5 per hour. We have people making $10 per hour. We have people making $15 per hour. We have people making $20 per hour. We have people making $25 per hour, $30 per hour, even $50 per hour plus, right? So if someone's making $30 an hour, we need to have a bonus pool of at least $300 for 10 hours of work. If someone's making $1 an hour and we have a $300 bonus pool, that means they can work for 2 hours where they should get $2, but instead they're getting paid $300, and the person who was making $30 an hour is only getting $2, right? So it just doesn't make sense to pay everybody the same exact bonus regardless of where they are in the world. You guys understand?
No, sir, I can't understand. $1, 300, $30, 300.
So what's your pay rate, Ali?
$5.
Okay, so Ali is getting $5 an hour. I would be getting about $25 an hour. So for me, $20 an hour is minimum wage. Okay?
Yes.
So I should be getting paid between $20 and $25 an hour. And you have $5 an hour. So if we complete the bonus, right, and we do 10 hours of bonus, that would be $50. But for me, 10 hours of bonus would be $200. So I would want the bonus value to be $200, and you only need the bonus value to be $50. But if the bonus value is $200 for both of us, the idea that you would get $200 for 10 hours of work and I would only get basically $50 makes no sense. Like, why would you get $200 and I only get $50? You see what I'm saying?
I can't understand. Can you explain this?
Like, do you understand the idea that, like, where do you live? What is your jurisdiction?
We are Dakar.
You're in Dhaka, Ali?
Yes.
So it says Ali is in Jeshore. You're in Jeshore. And your
Yes.
individual jurisdiction is
Yes.
$300 per month. Okay?
Yes.
So you need
Yes.
$300 per month to live. For me, my individual jurisdiction is $3,500 per month. Right? So I need
$300.
$3,500 per month to live. So if the bonus is
Yes.
$3,500 for the month of work, why should you get
Yes.
$3,500 a month for doing the same work when you only need
Hands
$300
free.
a month
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
for the same amount of time? Does that make sense?
Yes.
So what you're saying is that you should get paid $3,500 even though you only need $300. That's what Lucy is saying and Martine's are saying and you're saying in terms of the pay structure where all the bonuses would be the same regardless of time and pay rate and jurisdiction.
Okay. So that is for option 2. That is what option 2 means.
Option 2 means that I would get paid $50 instead of $200. And that we're going to make all the bonuses as low as possible, and so no one ever gets their goal. Like we just don't even try to work towards your goal of getting paid the amount you want to get paid. We just, our full entire focus would keep the bonuses as low as humanly possible, because you guys don't want to create a structure that works for all jurisdictions across the world.
I think no one doesn't want to create the structure. It's just a comment. When commenting is not that somebody is selfish or they're talking about themselves, but just a comment.
No, it was
You
more
should
than a
not take a
comment. You were
comment
going
like,
against the policy because you were saying you wanted to not do option 1, and instead you said you were talking about doing option 2. So it was more than a
I
comment.
did not say option. Actually, you asked me, Lucy, which option? I say, let me think. You asked Martin. Martin say option 2. Please.
Okay, so I'm
we have
referring
the
to
recording.
Martine's. That's perfectly fine. So the point is that what do we want to do?
I
And
did
are we
not say
going to?
any option. So
That's
far.
fine. I'm not saying you said any option. I'm just saying that option 2 is brought up and people seem to be supporting option 2 because they're thinking about just their own pay instead of thinking about everybody's pay.
Okay.
So I personally don't even know why we're talking about this. The policy is current, and that is the current policy. We're not going to be just like giving away endless money for no reason, and we're also not going to be creating a bonus structure where we want to have it as low as possible. If we want to do that, we can, but obviously it doesn't make a lot of sense. Either way, I feel like this is a huge tangent on the actual topic, which is to vote on giving everybody a 10% increase in their bonuses every month. Anyways, we can just go on to a different topic and take a break or whatever. It's not a big deal. But I do think it's important to have clarity on the fact that our current structure of the actual bonuses is option 1.
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
All right, so I guess you can revote on line 64 for the current bonus structure just to make sure there's clarity on that. So basically the revote proposal is that our bonus structure pays people hourly rate for the total bonuses unless the bonus is under the hourly rate and you get the total amount of time. So basically if you have a $2 bonus, $2 bonus, which is equal to getting 100% of bonus, right? The same thing as for like $4 bonus would be equal to getting the 100% bonus because it is less time than the value, right? So then if you have a $500 bonus, it would be equal to the hours worked of the time for each worker based on jurisdiction and agreed goal for their pay rate. So for a $500 bonus, if your hourly rate was, $20 per hour and you worked 5 hours, that would equal $100. Okay. So are there any questions on the proposal? Are we doing a break or what's the plan here? Is anyone here? Can anyone even hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So are we taking a break or are you guys communicating or
Let's
what?
take a break of 5 minutes.
You want to take a 5-minute break?
Break, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, you are supposed to answer everything.
Please stop and get
Go
ready.
to topic
Now
2.
inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
So come to topic 2, Afalabi, and make sure you do the same thing as you did for. Okay, good. Yeah, good. So hurry up, please.
Really sorry, my brother. They're just being so loud and obnoxious. Baby? You okay?
Yeah,
Oh, you have the earplugs helping?
a little bit. I can still hear my baby though.
I'm
Blip, 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 blip.
sorry.
Blip, blip,
Is it okay if I open the window?
Guess we spent hours like not doing any worky. It's
What do you
crazy.
mean? This is our main session. We don't
Do
do work
they?
It's against
All we
policy
do
to
is
do
like
work during the
talk
session.
about like
Proposals.
pay.
Yes, we're making all our proposals about how much people get paid. It's very important.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm back. Anyone else back?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead and re-vote on this proposal since there seems to be a lot of confusion over the pay structure. And we need to make sure we have consensus on this before we get the budget approved so that we all know how much we're getting paid. Okay, so this is exactly why we go over these things before the budget passes. Otherwise, the payroll is a nightmare and we spend 100 hours arguing about payroll instead of doing work. So trust me, by doing this now, we're going to be spending hundreds and hundreds of hours of time less. So we're going to save hundreds of hours of time. Okay, so the revoted proposal is that our bonus structure pays people hourly rate for the total bonuses unless the bonus is under their hourly rate goal. This is their pay their hourly rate goal unless their bonus is under the hourly rate goal, and then you get the total amount of the bonus. Okay, so basically, if you have a $2 bonus, you get 100% of the bonus, unless you're making like $1 an hour, right? $4 bonus, same thing. But if the bonus is $500 bonus, you get your hours worked times your goal pay rate of your jurisdiction, your pay rate goal. So if you're making $20 an hour, you get $100 for 5 hours. If you're making $5 an hour, you get $5 an hour is $25. And our model is all about the pay rate goal of making our bonuses as valuable and as high as possible. So are there any questions?
Not for me.
Nope. Any other questions? Oh, what happened to Lucy?
I do have a question.
It looks like Lucy disappeared. Does anyone want to send a message or should I?
I'll send a message.
I said I do have a question.
Okay.
Okay. I recently updated my budget, but it's not yet approved.
Say it again.
The budget, my budget, I recently updated it and it has not been
Precious said,
approved.
Lucy, you left the session.
So, the proposal, this is questions on the proposal for our bonus structure, right? So for the budget will just be, would be a separate topic, and that would be through Lucy with the SFC budget. Does that make sense, Mohammed?
Okay, no problem. So, and about the training, what about the training? When
Okay, so Mohammed, you're breaking policy right now because you're going on a tangent. So this would be policy training 0.1 hour. So the proposal is on the bonus structure of your hourly pay for your bonus. If you do not have a question on this topic, it is against policy to start asking questions about unrelated proposals or topics, because right now we're trying to vote and approve this very important proposal, okay?
Okay.
So in the next topic, we can discuss whatever we have agreement on discussing. But right now we're talking about this proposal to make sure there's clarity on our structure, okay?
Okay. But after this one, are we talking about any other topic a bit in next week?
The goal is to get our budget completed. That's our goal.
Okay.
So without having clarity on our pay structure and how we're getting paid, we have no budget. And no one can continue to work without agreement on our pay structure.
Okay.
Yeah. So are there any other questions on the proposal for our pay structure about our bonuses? Martins? Martins, are you there? Hello?
Hello, yeah, I'm with you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no questions.
Okay.
I think I'm okay. We can move forward.
All right, so there's no questions. So we didn't have any questions on the proposal. So basically everybody was just upset about the proposal, but now there's no question about it. Everyone understands perfectly?
I have a question.
Okay.
For a $500 bonus, if your hourly rate is $5 per hour and you worked 5 hours, so that's $25. So for the bonus, the $500 bonus, is it for just the 5 hours that you work that are getting the 25?
For the 5 hours you worked on that particular work,
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Plus, there's going to be an additional $25 or more, probably $100 that goes into the income for the base pay, which is a fully separate thing.
Okay, so the $25
It's just
you
the
add it to
bonus.
the
This is a
500.
bonus on top of your base pay. This is just an extra money that you're getting paid for your bonus.
Oh, okay.
So this has nothing to do with the budget. The budget is based on your actual income for the team. This bonus is just your actual personal bonus on top of your base pay. So you're supposed to be getting, I don't know, what is your pay rate goal?
$300 in total.
Yeah, so $300 a month. If that's your goal, if you get the $300 a month, we're talking about $25 on top of your $300. You know, so you're getting all these additional bonuses for the deliverables.
So in essence,
1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale, relax.
in essence, so it still fall back to going along with the current policy regarding the two options you provided.
This
right?
is the current policy, so we're re-voting on the current policy of
So,
how
guys,
we pay
let's
people
go
their
ahead and
bonuses.
vote. I just want to clarify. Let's go ahead and vote, please.
Yes, I'm trying to get us to vote. So I don't know what happened to Lucy, but Lucy and you, Martine, seem to have the biggest issues with this policy that we've already approved.
I'm not having issue with this policy.
Okay, but we're spending 30 or 40 minutes on it, and we missed breaks, and we're not on time because of all of the issues. So maybe that's just because of Lucy, I don't know. But the point is that we're going backwards instead of forwards, right? So the probability that we're going to get our budget approved today is very, very small, because instead of just moving through the proposals and getting them proposed, we're getting into arguments and contention and problems. And so everything's going backwards, and so we should expect to not get our budget approved today and to maybe have it approved tomorrow or next week. Does that make sense?
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
So yeah, so let's just get this voted on and make sure there's clarity. Yeah. So let's go through the concerns. So are there any concerns anyone wants to state if there's no more questions?
Yeah, my concern is just that based on what we said on either option 1 or option 2, I see it as a way of pay disparity or bonus disparity. Everything has to be even, whether you are in the old world or new world, or your what's it called, your minimum wage is less or what. As long as you are doing the work, it is the same work you are doing, except if the work requirement demands a high level way of doing it and you have the high level skill. That is when I believe the pay or the bonuses that is attached to it should be different.
So you're saying that everyone should get paid the same amount?
Yes, as long as they are doing the same work. Take for instance,
Martine,
if you have a worker now that is from America now, and a worker that is from, let's say, Nigeria to be precise, and they are both doing the same work, and because of their minimum wage, they are having their minimum wage, say minimum of $15 per hour, and let's say minimum wage in Nigeria is $3 per hour or $5 per hour, and they are both doing the same work, and they are not getting different pay. It doesn't go well. That's my concern.
So Martins, if two people both do the same work, right, and they both get paid the same amount of money, and then one person gets to buy a house, have a wonderful house, eat food with their family, be able to travel, enjoy themselves, and the other person is homeless, living in a park and cannot eat because they live in New York City, or they live somewhere in the United States, or first world country, very expensive, but the person who's in the third world country gets basically to buy a house and start their own business and do whatever they want to because they basically live like a king, right? I have no interest in working with you if that's the kind of model you want. I don't care about money. I don't care about anything related to basically having a bunch of money. I care about getting the work completed and helping people, making sure people are housed, clothed, have food, and are able to take care of their families and have a good life. And that there be end the corruption, all the other problems. For me, it has nothing to do about money. If we can have jurisdictions where people don't need money at all, and we have moneyless economies, that would be fabulous. And that's perfectly fine. But people need money to live, and different jurisdictions have different costs. So the idea that someone could be making $1,000 in two separate jurisdictions, and one person can live like a king, and the other person, specifically me, would be homeless. I don't want to work with someone like that. I don't have any
I'm not.
interest in working with that.
What I'm trying to say is, as long as they are, regardless of where they are living, as long as they are doing the same work and they are delivering on the same work, the pay rate should not be the same. I mean, the pay rate should be the same, rather.
Yeah, and that's why I don't want to work with you. I have no interest in working with you if that's what you think, because the idea that someone should get the same pay rate and be homeless and not be able to take care of their family while the other person lives like a king, I don't want anything to do with that.
Can we have an option that clarifies whereby, okay, now, if you live in that type of a world or environment and you are doing the same work as mine, then the type of work you will be doing should be more difficult than the one I'll be doing.
No, I'm just not interested in that. Like, I have no interest in working with people that don't care about housing and food and actually taking care of your families. Like, if you're here for money, then go somewhere else. If you just want to make a bunch of money, go somewhere else.
Of
We're
course,
not
I'm
here to
not
just
here
make
with
money.
money,
We are
but that
here
is my
to take
opinion, and
care
that
of
is
people
my
in social
concern about
programs.
it.
What is your concern about it? I don't understand.
You said, "Is that? Do you have any concern?" And I said, "That is my concern about it," and I've just stated it.
Okay, but
Not that
your
I've not been connected.
your concern is a core value problem. It's not a concern. It's a core value problem.
Then let's note it as part of the concern. Then we can vote on it. Then others to vote. As long as it passes, no problem.
Well, no, but basically you're saying you want to go with option 2.
Please stop.
I'm not saying I'm going with option 2. That's my concern.
But you're saying that forever, whenever I work with you, I'm going to have to fight with you to be able to feed my family, which I don't want to ever do that. That's insane. Because it costs me $25 an hour to live, and I've never gotten that for years and years, and I'm trying to work with people who want to help me be able to take care of my family. And if you're not interested in doing that, I don't want to work with you. Do you understand? Like, it costs me $30 an hour to live. So if we can't talk about that, that's a problem. Like, I can't work with people who can't understand that we have different jurisdictions and different needs in pay rates to be able to survive and not be homeless and not be on the street.
I get you right, but you know the essence of this organization is that we all have equal vote and right to voice our opinion regarding issues. That can be a core value that you might not be okay with, but I've stated my opinion and how I feel about it. I am not against progress. I am not against you not getting your family fed, but rather I'm just stating how people from this world, we are doing the same difficult type of work. Even though it might seem as if things are high over in terms of cost of living, but here we have inflation that is extremely serious. That people, they work less and they work more, but they pay less, and they still struggle to ensure that they feed themselves. It just appears to you to be as if maybe over there, everything, your minimum wage, cost of living. As much as if you come to Nigeria, if you bring $30,000 to Nigeria within a space of 2 months, you will exhaust it because there are high cost of inflation in the country. What the data that we see on the internet, they are not the real replica of the situation that is going on in Nigeria too, and in other parts of the world too.
Yes, I understand what Benga is saying.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, I think this is we can do another topic on this, but I think this takes over everything else, like 100 million times over. Like, if we can't address this issue, it's very hard to move forward with anything. Because we need a solution.
Is it the bonus we're talking about, or the...
No, we're talking about the core value issue that everyone should get paid the same amount regardless of where they are in the location of the world. This is a very, very important core value for what we're working towards, because I don't give a crap about today. I don't give a crap about tomorrow. I don't give a crap about this month or next month. I'm talking about 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I'm trying to take care of my family and take care of and actually get some projects worked on. And if this group of people don't want to support the fact that we live in a corporate, capitalistic, horrible, very, very unequal world, right? And that we have to actually address that, then maybe it's not safe for me to work with people in this space, and I should go work with people in the United States or work with people who make the same amount of money as me. Because otherwise, why would I work with other people who make less money when they believe that they should make just as much money as I do? That just makes no sense to me. I don't feel safe in that environment. Like, I don't feel safe. Do you understand? And I'm not talking about today or tomorrow. I'm talking about 3 years from now, 5 years from now. I am building a marriage relationship and giving full empowerment of the entire organization. We are all equal as partners, as owners in this organization for 5, 10, 20, however long we stay alive. And I don't want to work with people who have core value issues that are so massively differential, where I am not looked at as, where I feel like I'm not equal. For me, I feel like that's discrimination. If you guys want me to be homeless on the street so that you can get paid the same amount of me, that's discrimination. That's what I'm saying for Lucy. And so we need to work out the old world, new world relationship issues before everything else. It's a million times more important than any budget, than anything else. Because if we're not on the same page about what we're even working for, it's all a waste of time. Do you understand?
I do. I do.
And if you guys are perfectly okay with saying that you should get the same amount of money even though I'm homeless, then I'm not okay with that. So we need to have a discussion about that. You want to create a new topic? We can. I don't care about any topics or any policy training. I'll do 5 hours of policy training right now so we can talk about this right now. So tangent, topic 0, whatever. Let's talk about it.
Okay. Okay. So my PC is having problem. That's why you see some numbers going. I'm trying to delete. I don't know what's wrong with my PC. Maybe it's hanging or something.
It's fine. Well, let's just do a full round. We can start. Whoever wants to start, we'll do a full round on this particular topic. So Precious, Mohammed, Ali, Martins, myself, Lucy just disappeared. I don't know. For me, that's just another telltale sign. So maybe just Lucy disappeared because she's just upset and feels like she should get more money. So I just want to remind everybody, I haven't gotten paid for over a year. It's been a year and a half since I've gotten paid a single dime. Okay? Lucy's gotten thousands of dollars, Martine's gotten hundreds of dollars, and other people have gotten paid thousands and thousands of dollars. So we have spent
focused on the session.
We have spent probably over $50,000 over the last 2 years and have gotten very little out of it. Our organization was destroyed, and then we weren't able to successfully get it started again because no one does the work. Okay, and now we're sitting here talking about everyone complaining about getting more money and that I should basically not get paid because I live in a higher jurisdiction area, and that everyone's not, in my opinion, the idea is that everyone's not equal, that people do not have equal rights to housing, food, clothing, all of that. That is, our goal is not housing, clothing, food, and actually being able to live and take care of your family, that the goal is money. That's what I'm hearing. And so that's why we're discussing this. And that the money should be equal, not the ability to live. So who wants to go next? I did mine. And obviously I fully disagree with that, and I don't want to work with anyone who believes that. Because if I'm working for 5, 10 years on this and I put in 10,000 hours of my life and no one gives a shit about paying me, then I am out of here. Bye-bye. Like, screw that. Absolutely not. I've already not got paid for a year and a half because of this issue right here. And maybe now we're actually talking about that, and that is great. I would love to talk about it, because why am I not getting paid for a year and a half? Right? Let's go. Who wants to talk next?
Okay, thank you. Now, imagine you have 6 workers that are in the new world and they are earning the same pay rate that you have.
So let's say
And
$25 per hour. Yeah, $25 per
yes,
hour.
yes, you have like 5 workers over there from your side, and they can't get the work done. And you have
But
just
I'm okay. Keep going.
2 or 3 workers from whole world, and they get the work done for you.
But the thing is, they totally the opposite right now. So your example is wonderful and all, but right now the actual reality is completely 100% the opposite.
So,
I'm doing 99% of the work, and you guys aren't getting the work done in old world.
but wait, I'm coming. I could remember you said that was the time I said, why don't we consider we employ people in the new world? You said it is expensive to pay them. Even at that, they might still not be able to get the work done. Remember, the work model we are operating in is work deliverables.
Sure, but
It doesn't
we should
matter.
all be able to agree that we can pay someone $50 an hour and get the work done. That's not going to be a
So,
problem.
okay. So I'm not. So what the idea that someone will work as much as somebody in the new world and deliver a perfect job should be rewarded on the same platform, pedestal value. That is what I'm saying. If it is, as long as the work can be delivered and we get done, I don't see where there will be pay rate disparity based on jurisdiction.
So again, just to make sure I confirmed, let's say the pay is $5,000, right? Or no, let's say the pay is $1,000, and someone lives in a jurisdiction of $300, and another person lives in a jurisdiction of $5,000 per month jurisdiction. You're saying that they should both get $1,000. So this would be worker one and worker two, that they both get $1,000 for the same work, and then the person that's worker two basically it can live like a king, and the person in worker one is going to be homeless.
So
That's what I'm
now,
hearing you say. Is that correct? Because they both get the exactly same amount of money. They both get $1,000 for the same amount of work for the month, but the person in the first jurisdiction for worker one ends up homeless because they can't even pay rent and they can't buy food. But the person in worker two who has $300 per month jurisdiction lives like a king with 3 houses.
So what you see that you should pay the two of them the same. So if you have to pay 1,000, you pay like for the two people in different jurisdiction. So so none of them will have to live poor.
What do you mean the person in worker one is living poor? They're homeless. They can't even pay for food or anything. They're very, 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 very poor and can't live and can't pay for food because they only have $1,000 and they need $5,000. Whereas the person in worker two is in a $300 per month jurisdiction. They just made $1,000, and so they live with a king with 3 houses.
okay. So let me ask. Where I stay, house rent in a month is between the rates of, let's say, around 300 to $500 in Lagos, Nigeria. And in a month, I mean in a year, that is a serious amount of money. She can testify to me. We have places like that in Lagos.
Yes.
If you want to get a house rent that is like $30, it's like you are living homeless in Lagos too. But the data you will see on the internet will tell you that their jurisdiction is lower. Things are, it's not. Some people put those information there.
But
Things
let's
are
just
equally
just
expensive
add
over
your
there.
jurisdiction. What is your jurisdiction?
Inhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3. Exhale, relax.
What is your jurisdiction that you want to talk about? Lagos?
Lagos,
Okay,
Nigeria.
so Lagos, Nigeria is $1,113 a month. Okay? So $1,000 per month jurisdiction. Okay? So then you have where I live, I'm in Palo Alto, California, and the jurisdiction is $3,752. Okay, so the jurisdiction is $3,752 per month. $3,752 per month jurisdiction. Okay, so for both of us in these jurisdictions, this is way less money than we need to live. These are individual jurisdictions. So the family of 4 is 6,839. Right, so we can also talk about the family jurisdiction. So for Palo Alto is 6,839. 6,839. And for Lagos, it is $3,096. All right, so $3,000. Okay, so basically, of course you can't live off of $1,000 with the whole family and everything. You need $3,000, and you probably need more than $3,000. But that's just like the minimum, right? But the idea that for me to live on $3,700, what I really need is $6,800, but really we need much more like $10,000. Like people around here make like $10,000, $20,000 a month to live, right? I can't pay rent. I can't pay for my housing. I can't pay for my food. I'm completely dependent on other people, right? So the whole thing here is that yes, of course you need more money than $1,000 per month. That is not the question. The question is what's the relationship, and the relationship is about 4 times, right? So if you have worker 2, worker 3, and worker 4, you can say that worker 2 needs about 4 times more than worker 3 to survive, right? But then if you look at worker 4, worker 3 needs, 3.33 times more than worker 4. Right?
Okay.
So it just depends what jurisdiction. Like if you need $1,000 per month to live, why should you have to give worker 4 an extra $1,000 a month, which means that obviously you're not going to get dilly squat.
Please stop. Close
Does that
your
make
eyes.
sense?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Because if we have to pay worker 4 $1,000 a month before we can pay you a dime, basically, you're getting fired immediately, and we can only pay worker 4. How are we going to pay worker 3 if the worker 3 needs to get? If we have to pay 3 times more money for worker 4, there's no money left for worker 3, because now we have to pay Ali $1,000 a month. How are we going to pay worker 3 if we're already paying worker 4 $1,000 a month? Worker 3 is fired. Do you get it?
No problem. I agree with you.
So I'm not saying that society is fair or that this makes sense that some jurisdictions are $5,000 a month and some are $300. I'm just saying this is the reality of the world, and I need to find people who want to actually care about me and my life and my family and pay me just the same as I care about you and your life and your family. I don't give a crap about the money at all. All I care about is that you can go home and pay for your family to have a house and have comfortable living. And if you want to change jurisdictions, we have a process for that. So in our model, you can migrate and change jurisdictions. If you want to change jurisdictions, you can build up a savings model and you can actually have a higher jurisdiction, higher pay rate because you want to migrate. So we have a policy and a process for migration and changing jurisdictions for anywhere in the world. So we have a fair model to allow people to start making more money so they can get out of a very low jurisdiction area and into a higher jurisdiction area if that's what they want to. Right? But everything starts on the current existing model of the planet, which is that it's a capitalistic, basically the billionaires control everything and destroy the planet for money. And I want nothing to do with that. So if someone's here just for money, that's not why I'm here. And if you just want to make a bunch of money, go somewhere to make a bunch of money. Sorry.
For workers.
Yeah, precious.
Sorry, for workers, will they do the same amount of work?
Okay, but let me just make sure it's all clear. The current situation is I do about 90% of the work from worker 2, and worker 3 and 4 do about 5% of the work, right? So right now, You guys keep giving this example that everyone's doing the same amount of work, and right now we actually have exactly the opposite. Is that you guys from the old world do very, very little work. Very,
Of
very little.
course,
And I
we
do
can't
vast
compare
majority
the
of it.
type of
And I
work you
get
do
nothing.
to the
I
work we
get
do.
paid absolutely nothing.
You are at an executive level,
No,
so you
anyone could
have
be
a
an
high.
executive. You could be an executive. You choose not to be an executive, Martins. That's your personal choice. Our executive model is open to anyone to step up and be an executive and start leading and doing the organization or even create their organization. We help people create organizations. You can do whatever you want to. It's your choice not to be an executive. Do you understand?
Okay. Okay. Do you have anyone that wants to talk again?
Well,
Take
no.
a
Let's
turn.
make sure that Precious and Mohammed and Ali each get a full round chance to speak. So we can go around.
I want to attend to Afolabi is asking me to that he has finished that he wants to go to topic 5 for budget.
Who?
Afolabi, I want to go and meet Afolabi.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You can check in with them. It's fine. So Mohammed
Okay.
or Ali or Precious, would you like to speak next? Or you can pass if you want to.
Yeah, I've actually voted. So I understand now after the explanation you put in. So uh, I've casted my vote.
Okay, but I don't quite understand what you're saying. Your vote is still pretty low. So are you more that you think that everyone should get paid the same, or do you think that people should be able to take care of their families, or what do you think?
Yes, I think people should be able to take care of their families. That's what I think.
Okay. Anything else, Precious?
No, nothing else.
Mohammed, Jufikar, Ali?
No, nothing else. I don't have anything to say. I
So
understand
you're
both.
just indifferent, or what?
What you said? What?
You have nothing to say?
No, nothing. I understand both your point of view, both from that of Martins and your own point of view, and from what you've said, actually, it's really okay. Everybody should just be able to feed their families, and that's all.
Yeah. It's like, who cares about the money? It's not about money. Like, eventually, if we're
Definitely.
all successful, the money will go away and we'll have a society based on actually just being and living and enjoying our lives with our families, you know? Like, the
Yes.
money is irrelevant.
But
We what we want is not to have billionaires. We don't need billionaires and people controlling everything with money, right? The money itself is the problem. So, Ali, would you like, or Mohammed, do you have anything else you want to add?
no, I don't have anything else to add. That's all. All my questions, you said this is not a session for it, so I'm waiting for a session for it to ask my questions.
Great.
Aside that, there's
So
nothing else.
yeah, I'm sorry, Mohammed, that we're just like everything's devolving here. Instead of moving forward without everything, like literally everything's going backwards, including even our core values. So it is what it is. But as a co-op, we just have to deal with whatever comes and address it in the time. So we have to hear more from Martins and figure out what we're gonna do about this. But how about Ali?
Yes.
So what do you feel about people getting paid the same versus the same time versus people getting money to live in their jurisdictions and take care of their families?
No, it's okay.
So you don't have any opinion either way?
No, I have no any opinion. There is a $5,000 per month jurisdiction. It's about value of place,
It's about what?
value of place and value his work.
Did anyone understand, Ali? The
Yes, I
last
understand.
Precious or Mohammed, did you understand Ali's last sentence?
No.
I think he said it's a fair play or something. The last piece he said fair play or something. Can you repeat yourself again, Ali?
Um, uh, this option, this jurisdiction is maintained. There's a man who tried to work and he earned, and there is some different kind of place, and the value of place. That's someone live, and someone live somewhere in the world. the world there is a living cost, so that's why b- so that's the living cost for his payment.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Martins, back to you.
Yeah. I really
So I
have much
understood
to
that
say.
time. I understood at least that time he basically said that there is a cost of living in the person's jurisdiction, and the cost of living is the payment. That's basically what I heard him say. So Martins, back to you.
Yeah, like I said, that's my concern regarding this proposal. Nevertheless, I will vote. My vote is 7. I know that it's a vision that surrounds you trying to ensure fairness based on jurisdiction. You understand? But what I just feel is that if at the end of the day, someone from whole world has mastered the work such a way that he can deliver at the speed of light, quote and unquote, and see someone, let's say, just coming from the whole world is getting more paid based on his, not even you. I'm not talking about you, Jay. You understand? But someone else just learning the work and getting paid well based on, I mean, in terms of the bonus, based on his or her
Time
minimum
for
wage
breath.
or
Please
jurisdiction
stop and
payments,
get ready.
it
Now
will
inhale. One,
indirectly
two,
bring
three.
the
Exhale.
motivation,
One,
if there's a
two,
word
three.
for that.
Pause.
The
Inhale
morale will be
together.
low.
One, two,
Not
three.
even about the
Exhale.
money,
Relax.
not even about the money, but about I'm not being valued, I'm not being appreciated. You understand? Regardless of how we put it, how we colorate it, how we present it, you understand? You know, it will, you are even off from this scenario now. I'm talking of more people from the new world calling in. Look at Stephanie now. Let's say she's from the new world, South America, and she's just learning the work. You understand? So that's the way they will see. So I'm saying that there should be, we need to revisit this policy such a way that it places some level of fairness into the system. You understand?
So you
There
think
should be
what we
some
have you
intention.
think what we have now is not fair because the old world is not getting paid enough.
I'm not saying it's not fair enough. It's fair because that is what the organization can offer. Anyone that is not okay with it should leave. And I'm here because it is not even about the money.
But then why are we talking about the money though? 'Cause we're talking about this because you and Lucy are bringing it up. That's the only reason we're talking about this.
Well, don't let us go. Just go to back. Just listen to what I have to say. They will move forward with it and we place our votes.
And what I'm hearing you say over and over again is that you want to reevaluate this policy, and you want to
No, no,
basically say that
I'm,
people
I'm
should get
saying
paid the
I'm
same,
saying in the future.
and that
I'm saying in the
the
future.
morale is low, and that you basically don't want to care about the work because you're going to get
No,
paid
I
less
I
than
care about
myself
the
or
work.
something.
I care about the work.
But you just said that your
If I don't,
morale is lower because you want more money.
no. What I am saying is that for someone that is new, the policy is not even to me, though you are part of the work and everything, but to me, I'm not even referring to you. I'm referring to
But who? Let's just talk about real situations and real people. Like I don't understand. Like why does everything have to be hypothetical?
Jay. I'm okay with the policy. Let's go ahead and vote, please.
Okay, but I have an issue with the review of the policy. Now is the time to review it. We are already reviewing it. There is no new policy here. This is the policy. So this
Yeah,
is the time to review it and the time to address it. I don't want to move on until it's reviewed and that we're all on the same page on this because the idea
then
that
then
we're not focusing on making sure everybody is able to live
Please
doesn't make
close
sense to
your
me,
eyes. Count.
right? Like
One,
it's like
two, three, four, five. Open your eyes.
the idea that someone who's living like a king and can buy 3 houses is going to be a low morale because the other person they're working with in the United States is homeless. Like that's not a safe space or a place where I would want to be involved in.
I think we need to remind ourselves that this is not an organization where people can think they can make a lot of money. No,
I know. So why are we even talking about this? I don't
So
understand.
we should not even discuss about it in the first place. Let's go ahead and vote on it.
But we're talking about this because it was brought up, so we need to address it.
I think I've said much of what I feel, and that's my opinion. I have the right to say what I feel,
Yes, and
even
I
though it is
also
not
have a
right.
right to not work with you if you basically if we're going to be fighting for the next 3 years so that I can get a
We
paycheck
are
of a
not
hundred
going to be
dollars.
fighting, dude. It's just because this issue was brought up. We are not. Have we ever fought before on any issue regarding pay?
We have lots
No.
and lots of
Live
problems.
streaming has stopped.
I still have not gotten paid the entire time that I've known you. Not a single dollar.
Yeah,
And if you
that is,
cared about
yes,
getting me
that
paid,
is,
we would make sure we get me paid. There's no reason
that
to
is,
not make sure I get paid, except that it's not prioritized and no one cares about it.
and that is the reason why we are doing our best. That's the reason why we are doing the work in the best way we can do, and to improve more and more on the work. That's the reason why
Yeah, but we're not making a lot of progress with it. And
we definitely need
maybe the
to.
reason why we're not making progress with it is because we have core
We,
value
we,
differences,
we, we will
and
make
that
a
Lucy might feel the same as you. That you guys feel that I should not be having a fair living in the United States. Like think about it like
no.
this, Martins. Like think about it like this. If if let's say Ali who's $300 per month, right? So Ali is $300 per month jurisdiction in Bangladesh. Once Ali's making $300 a month, he's able to basically live for himself. He needs to make more than that in order to take care of his entire family and everything, right? So once he hits the $300 mark, we as an organization can either say, okay, well, we need to be paying Ali $1,000, so that means we have to fire 2 or 3 other people and or not hire them so that Ali can get paid $1,000. Now that's your model. In my model, I'm saying we need as much people as possible. We are trying to transform the world. We're trying to do big projects. We need people power. So if we have we never have enough money. Well, we will never have enough money. So once Ali's getting $300 and meeting his basic needs, or getting $500 or $1,000 for his family needs, then we hire the next person. So we can have more people empowered and more people being able to take care of their families and more people being able to be involved. Right? So it's a very, very different context of how we use money. Because if the goal is not to always hire more people and make sure that we're distributing and sharing the money as much as possible, then the goal is never to get me paid. Because I've been spending over a year and a half, 2 years of my entire life, tens of thousands of hours, if not longer, to get you, to get Lucy, to get Ate, to get other people paid where I get nothing. Because I care about people getting paid enough to be able to take care of their families and all that. And even then, we still barely pay anyone anything, and we barely get any work done, right? So it's like I'm willing to put in the time to help other people get paid. And I've done that with people in the United States and in Europe and other places as well, where we get people paid, $20, $30. I've paid people $20, $30 an hour many times, and it typically doesn't work out because they don't want $500 a month. They want $3,000, $5,000 a month, and so eventually they just leave because we can't pay them enough, right? But I also need that kind of money, right? But I'm just willing to work for nothing because basically this is my baby. I'm trying to build this. But if it's not safe, if I should just go and work on my own or work with other people in the United States, then why would I continue to work with people who don't want to make sure I'm getting paid equally and sharing the money and making sure we're getting different jurisdictions? Like my goal is not having 100 people from the United States. The goal is to have one person from every country represented and getting paid all across the world. So as long as we have representation from everywhere, and that every continent, every country, every place, we have enough money to pay at least 1 or 2 people to get involved, that should be enough to oversee all the rest of the volunteers in that area. But 99.99% of the work will be volunteer work and will be tokens. We pay the volunteer coordinators to coordinate the volunteers. That's the model. So we need people in different jurisdictions in different places of the world so they can help build the movement and build the organization. It has nothing to do with the money. It has to do about just making sure that we are connected to different jurisdictions across the world so we can build the co-op in different locations and build nodes, right? So, I don't know. It's for me, it's a major problem because I have been fighting this and been struggling with this for so long.
Okay.
You know?
It's okay. Yeah, I do. I feel your pain.
So we need to get this addressed now. I don't care if it takes 3 weeks to talk about this every single day for 3 weeks and nothing else. I don't give a crap about the budget. I'm not getting paid a dime. I don't care about the budget. You guys can get your bonuses, and we can talk about this for every day for 3 weeks. If it takes us 10 weeks, we can talk about it for 10 weeks until we address it, and we can address all of our other core values and make sure we are on the same page as a cooperative in our core values. Otherwise, we can split up. We can have one organization in co-op that's all about making money and that basically everyone gets paid the same throughout the world for the same work. I have no problem with that. And then that organization can figure out how to get all the money to pay themselves so everyone can get paid the same. And then you can see how many people you get involved with that. I don't want anything to do with that group because obviously it won't ever pay me to take care of my family. So then I can work with a separate group that is going to be paying people just by the jurisdiction and is going to be paying people to be able to live regardless of how much money they're making. It has nothing to do with the money. It's just all about just trying to live. And ideally eventually getting rid of the money. Like we don't even need the money. We just need to have resources. We need access to food and water and shelter and community. That's all we need. We don't need money. We need resources.
Okay.
So for me, it's about working with people who have common values. If there's no common values, then like for example with the Tay, we split. We had to split the co-op because she didn't even want to do the work. Right? The core value change between SFC and FQN, and for the new people, I'm bringing up the fact that last year we had a legal dispute. And we had a legal action. The entire organization was dissolved and destroyed because 2 or 3 people decided that what was important was getting money and that the client work didn't matter. And that they should get paid for doing the budget and the payroll every month. So they thought that it would be that they should get paid $1,000 a month, if not more, to come in, do the payroll, do the budget, get agreement on the budget, and then pay themselves $1,000 a month and do no client work. And the entire organization was dissolved for that reason. Right? Because they felt that they should get paid regardless of the client work. So if they come in here and they spend time and they want to argue about the budget and the payroll for 5, 10, 20, 100 hours a month, and then all they do is just do a budget and then they pay themselves that they should get paid unlimited amounts of money to not do a single hour of client work ever. And they just don't have to do the client work because they spent time on the budget and the payroll, so they should get paid for all of their time, for every single dollar, for every single dime. And they threatened to sue us for $1 million and then extorted us for $32,000 because they felt that they should get paid to do no work for the client. That all they had to do was write up a budget, pass the budget, and then do the payroll. And then that's it. And it destroyed our entire organization over that. And we've never recovered. Okay, so for me, this is very similar to that, if not the same, if not even worse, right? The idea of like that was just about payroll and budget. This is about whether people should even get in the payroll or the budget at all in the first place. So in some ways, what you're talking about is even worse. It's a deeper core value than what destroyed our organization last time. So do you see how important this is, Martins, to have clarity on it? Because I would prefer to just split and create 2 organizations right now and say, okay, there's one organization where we have a very clear value, right? So just so everyone understands, even though they sued our organization and destroyed the entire organization, Ate is still involved, right? Because she is an owner and we can't fire her. So she is still involved to this day. And this is part of why we have the old team and the buffer team and the new team, because we're trying to split apart and have a buffer between the teams. You can see even how Lucy was very upset today, right? Because she's part of the old team and she feels like it's not fair or whatever, right? And that this is the issues that address this. So if you look on our potential topics today on line 24, we have Ate, because Ate has a proposal for $400 health expenses because she had a issue with a surgery, and she needs $400 health expenses. So we paid out thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of benefits to workers for health expenses. Right? So you can, as a benefit of being a worker with us, we pay out health expenses for people who need one-time surgeries or need certain things and need help with that, but it has to be agreed upon. Right? So we're willing to still try to help Ate if we can get agreement on it, even though she sued and destroyed our organization, because that's what the policy says.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So we follow the policies and everyone's treated equally. So you want to come sue us, you can sue us, and we still can't fire you, and then we still have to take your policy seriously. Right? But I do not have to work with people who just want to make money and don't think about things related to people's lifestyles and actually being able to live, right? So the bottom line is that I would rather fork the organization, split the organization, and create two separate organizations and help you build an organization where eventually we work towards a world where everyone across the world is equal and all the same, and there's only one jurisdiction. I have no problem with that. We can do that, but it's just very, very different than what we have now. Do you see what I'm saying, Martine? So if we want to do that, let's do it. Let's do it now, and let's make it official, and let's actually build a model of value where everybody's considered equal. Everyone gets paid the same amount of money for the same time across the entire world, and it's all open. You know, I have no problem with that.
Live streaming is on.
And we can see what it looks like, and we can build it. Because if that's your core value, that's your core value. And then we just have to build that, right? But that core value is it's like oil and water, and is completely against the core value of not addressing the money and everyone getting paid by jurisdiction, which is the foundational model for our entire structure of everything. Is all based on jurisdiction, right? And that people are not equal when it comes to money. And all we can do, and our focus is getting the ability to have equality of living, cost of living. And so for me, the cost of living for someone getting paid, let's say it's $3,000 versus someone who's $300, for me that's equal pay. $3,000 versus $300. In my calculation, this is exactly the same amount of pay. If you live in a $300 jurisdiction and someone lives in a $3,000 jurisdiction, it's the same amount of pay. So it's 100% jurisdiction pay. So it's just a very, very different core value. And I think having a world where there's just one jurisdiction, everyone's paid the same, everyone has the same cost of living across the entire world, all houses, all food, everything is the same price, it's all the same everywhere. You know, that's not a bad vision. So if that's what we want to work towards, that's fine. And so we started an organization. It's just a different core value. Do you see, Martins?
Yes, I do.
And again, I'm not against that vision. I can't afford to risk my life of my family on it.
I do. I know.
Okay, so I'm perfectly fine for you to risk your family on it. That's fine with me. You can risk your family all you want to. So my proposal would be...
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So this would be a new branch of the FQV vortex, right? That has a core value that all people across the world have the same jurisdiction and get paid the same amount of money for the same amount of time. Okay, so that is the proposal. And then basically I and all of us are willing to help you build and create that. And just like with Ate and with people who are interested in this type of model, can support that model even within Co-op 2.0. And then we can build that model, build budgets, build income, build finances, and actually do fundraising, everything for that particular fork of the core value. And we can also review all of our other core values so that you can understand every key component of all the value systems. But I cannot continue to pay people who are not interested in getting me paid, because I'm doing 90% of the work, and I can't continue to not get paid. It is just I've been wasting too much time, and my family is very upset at me, and they do not want me here. They want me to destroy this entire thing, get rid of everything, and stop all of it. Because I can't do this anymore. I've needed to stop for a very long time. We've had over a year, like almost a year, to get the new contract set up. Nothing. We still have no contract. I mean, the amount of work that doesn't get done is insane. So I know that you can't do all the work, Martins, but it doesn't mean you're not responsible for it. You're just as responsible as anyone else. And so I'm very excited we have the new recruits, but I wish we were starting on just bringing people into the organization instead of focusing on these core values. But we have to do what we got to do. And Lucy, this is just as big a problem as Lucy. Like, everybody is known, is informed when they're getting involved that we are in a very difficult situation. We have the old team. There's been the legal action. There's been all the issues and problems that we're trying to recover from, and we haven't recovered. So it is a very difficult situation, and that's what people are getting involved in. But we have a plan moving forward. We have the new team, which will be totally separated from the old team.
Yes.
And so the new team would be working towards the new vision and the new goals, right? But I think yes. I think maybe we should bring the core values into, this could be another proposal to bring the core value voting questionnaire into the legal responsibility, so that all new recruits would vote and document
1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause, inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
So if we want to, we could bring all the core values into the legal responsibility, and then this can allow us to make sure that if there are major issues with core values, we can address them early so we don't have the problems of before. And then in this case, we just fork and we create this new branch on the new value where everyone should get paid the same, right? And then we're good to go. And then we'll start raising money for that, right? We can build an entire multimedia network and everything and have a budget where everyone's paid the same. And we can look at all of the policies that we have. There's major HR board policies that are, there's an entire decision-making process within the HR board that empowers people based on jurisdictional pay, which means that everyone's power in the current co-op model is based on their jurisdiction, not the amount of money they get paid. So this would change the core power structure from jurisdictional percentage to just lowest cost worker. Does that make sense? That power detail would change. So right now, if you are making, let's say this $3,000 to $300, it's a difference of 10, right? So this person could be making $1 per hour, and then this person can be making $10 per hour, right? On line 49 and 50, and then basically they would have equal vote in the current model on the core HR board. Like if there was issues with the budget and no one could be agreed on the HR board and everything like that, the bottom line is that you could block things with an equality of $10 an hour to $1 an hour, right? And so on this new fork, that would change to say like, no, if this person's making $10 an hour, they have 10 times less vote. So the $1 per hour would equal to 10 votes, and the $10 per hour would be equal to 1 vote, right? Whereas in the current model, $1 per hour for a $300 per month jurisdiction is equal to 1 vote, and $10 per hour for a $3,000 per month jurisdiction is equal to 1 vote, right? So that is our current model. So in the new model for the fork that you're creating,
please stop, close your eyes, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
The power structure would change as well, right? So basically,
Yeah.
people from higher cost jurisdictions would lose a lot of power, which is perfectly fine, because basically it all just comes down to the budget and the money. Whoever is willing to work for less gets the money in this model that you're proposing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because if they're doing the same level of work and they're doing the same outcomes, they deserve the same amount of money, right? So same level of work deserves the same level of money. So then it's all about how do we understand different levels of work. And what this is where things get very, very interesting, is because in your model, different levels of work are different values. Does that make sense? And in the model we have now, levels of work are irrelevant. It is all about hours. Everyone's paid the same money based on their hours. So it doesn't matter whether you are a bad worker or a good worker, your hours are all that matters, and you get equal value for your time, because everyone's time is equal regardless of your skill. Right? So those are the core values that are different, is that you're saying that people's value is different based on their skill, and then our model is saying that the skill is irrelevant. It's all about the hours, that everyone's time is equal. Okay?
Yeah.
Everyone's time is equal, and then in your model you're saying that everyone's time is based on their skill level value for their value. All right?
Yeah.
So the problem with that, and the reason why we have the model that we do, is because unfortunately it's very ripe for corruption, because evaluating people's skill is opinion. So what typically happens in that model, and the reason why I don't usually focus on that, is that whoever's opinion is in power can just decide what a good worker is. And there's actually, it's impossible to have an evaluated context of who is a better worker than someone else, because whoever's in power is going to have a bias, right? So anyways, either way, it still can be worked out. You can have criteria, so you need to build criteria for how to establish differences in pay, right? So that criteria does not exist anymore, because we don't do that. The only things that we change in terms of types of pay is like your position can increase your pay. For example, like an executive position, or the HR board, right? So HR board can get paid more per hour, or the language you speak can have difference per hour. But it doesn't matter what language you speak. You can be just as good, but for whatever reason, we can make more money in English. So if you're speaking English, you just automatically make more money, which is like weird, because someone who doesn't speak English obviously doesn't have any worse skills. We just can't communicate with them. So it's not as valuable, right? So again, it's not about their skill level. It's just all about time and the ability to communicate. So anyways, I think it's pretty clear what these differences are in terms of the two models. And they're both perfectly valid models. They're just different. And trust me, I've thought a lot about this. I spent hundreds and hundreds of hours thinking about this and writing it all up. I have many documents I can show you about all of it. And on top of it, this is all from like 10 or 15 years ago when we addressed all these things, right? So this is a very, very long time ago, because we were talking about such core values. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's such a core component that it involves everything. It involves every single deliverable, every single budget, every single payroll, every single thing. So it's so core to the organization, to every single process and every single system, that there must be perfect unison and agreement on it, because everything falls apart. Just like everything fell apart on our work models before, right? Because some of us felt like we should get paid for doing the budget and the payroll and nothing else, and other of us felt like, no, we actually have to do the client work income, right? And those are very different values, right? Of course we want to pay people for doing payroll and budget. That, of course we want to do that, but we can't. Because if the organization only pays for payroll and budget and no work happens for the client, there's no income and everything collapses and falls apart. And that's exactly what happened. Right? So let's go ahead and vote on these. So so the proposal is to fork and create a new branch, the FQV Vortex, that has a core value that all people across the world have the same jurisdictions and get paid the same amount of money for the same amount of time, based on skill level and expertise. Right? That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Cool. Perfect. So if you are in any jurisdiction in the world, you do the same value of work with the same outcome and the same things, you should get paid the same. So any questions on the proposal? Line 54.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So when this, my question is, if this is voted, if this has a pass vote, I mean this proposal has a pass vote, will it take effect immediately or how soon and when?
Yes, it takes effect immediately, and that's why we'll be able to move forward with the budget. There might
Then
be some
in
minor
that case,
changes to the budget, but
change
overall,
some things that are already in the budget indirectly.
sorry, say again?
I said if it goes into effect immediately, then it will change the way bonuses, are assigned and work and some
No,
other things because
no, it
right?
doesn't change. It doesn't change anything. So this goes into effect immediately and would, in essence, split work, no, DWC into two budgets, right? So there would be, you basically just duplicate DWC budget and then you're passing both of them. And then basically no other policy changes. No other policy changes. Everything else is exactly the same, right? Until the changes take place. So then the new branch, so we would need a name for the new branch. Let's call it the equal money branch. Equal money. So in the model that I would call this as the equal time branch. So everybody's time is equal, but the money they make is not equal, right? Whereas this one is saying all the money is equal, but the time is not equal, right? So equal money, but not equal time, okay? So then the equal money branch can then change whatever policies it wants to, which then can change the budget and change the payroll, but that might happen next month or the month after that. But for this month, you would have the same policies as the equal time branch until those policies are changed. But then you could change those policies basically unilaterally, or whoever wants to join that model, right? But obviously I would be against making those changes because I do not agree with the concept of equal money and not equal time. But I would still support and help it. I feel that my time is actually quite valuable, but we would need to build the criteria for understanding why my pay should be more based on my skill level and the amount of work that I'm able to do versus somebody else, right? So I don't know how that would work out, but that for me would be one of the first details we'd want to work out.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale,
Hello,
relax.
Afolabi.
So did that answer your question, Martins?
Yes, it does.
Great. So basically the alternative to this is to potentially talk about it for another 10 hours, trying to get agreement on the core value. But if your core value is different than mine, then that's fine. You know? It's perfectly fine. And that why waste 5 hours to try to get agreement when we're never going to have agreement on it? And we can just create a new branch with your core value and then my core value being different, and then each person gets to decide what their own core value alignment and which one they want to join. Some people will join both. Obviously, I will be able to help with both, but I'm not going to be putting my energy or expect to get paid from there at this time. But maybe once we have the criteria set up, we could create a really clear criteria, and maybe it does benefit me because I'm a high level worker. And maybe we have a way to establish how to, scientifically validate the level of my work. I don't know exactly how we do that, but maybe we could do that so that I feel safe and comfortable working in that environment. And then maybe it'll turn out that 3 years from now, that model works 100 million times better, and we make $1 million with the new equal money branch. And that the equal time branch falls apart because it's still not successful because it just doesn't work, right? So this is why it's so important in our decentralized model in forking that even though I'm committed and I believe in the equal time branch and the value that basically everybody is equal and should have their families taken care of regardless of money, that it's not about the money, that there's no saying that's going to be successful. Do you understand, Martins? This is why it's so important to listen and hear people out with their values, because even though I don't agree with you, there's no reason why what you're suggesting actually could be the solution that solves all of the world's problems. And we have no idea unless we try it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Except we try it.
You gotta try it. So just because I don't agree with it doesn't mean it's not gonna work. We have no idea, right? We just have to try any and everything that people want to do. But you have to streamline it. So this would kind of be you'd be in essence be the executive, right? So Martins would be the primary starting point for this. And so you kind of like would be executing your branch, right? Just kind of like Ate executives is the executive for the FQN branch, right?
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
All right. Any other questions about the new equal money branch?
No question. I think we should leave this proposal till later, then we can look into it better. For now, let's leave it for now.
Okay, that's fine. So we can leave it, and then we can just continue the discussion tomorrow or next week or whatever, But it does need to be addressed in order to be able to move forward with everything.
Yeah.
So the reason why I'm bringing this up now is that I think if this is the reality of it and we just pass and get this over with now, we can save a lot of time, right? Because why waste a week of trying to address this day after day after day, and not just pass our budget, whereas we could just pass this and pass our budget tomorrow and then move on and just, figure it all out. But anyways, I'm fine waiting on it for a day. So why don't we go on to a different topic, or we can check out or wrap up. Just to let us know, we don't follow the policies, but there is a policy for follow-up where we're required to do a main session voting form with all the proposals from the session. So in this case, this would be pretty important to get all these proposals into a voting form and voted on. And I will add that to the client expectations for next month's client expectations. Okay. So address deadlines for voting forms for main sessions, etc. All right, cool. All right, so I think we are ready for a view up. So do we want to? I think we're at a break. Do we want to do another topic? Do we want to check out?
Sorry, we are yet to. Okay, are we not voting on that proposal? Or
I thought you said you didn't want to vote on it.
Yeah, I voted 7.
You do want to vote on it?
Yeah, no, this one, the one that talks about our bonuses structure and everything. You are yet to pass your votes. Ali did not vote.
Yeah.
Precious and Mohammed have been voted.
Yeah, but for me, it's just like I'm a definite no, right? What line are you on?
Line 64.
Line 64. Which topic?
Bonus structures.
Oh yeah, topic 4. Line
topic
64. 4. Yeah. So for me, I am like a no on this. Right? So I'm basically just like
to take a break.
you know,
Please
block
stop
without
right whatever you were about to say and
without
take a break. 6
addressing
minutes.
core values. Right? So for me, this is a dead end proposal without addressing the core values.
And that's good. It has to be addressed, but if you're not placing your vote, it's okay. But it has already been passed 7.4.
Well, no, I'm blocking it with a 1.
Okay. So that's 5.8. It's gone down.
Yeah, but it's not like I'm totally against this proposal. Obviously, I feel like this should be happening, but I'm not willing to move forward with the co-op at all without addressing the core values. Because I'm not going to waste another 10,000 hours of my life on a bunch of people who don't want to get me paid. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
like I've already waited 1.5 to 2 years to try to get paid, and it's not happening. Like I need to get paid yesterday, and I can't even get anyone to schedule with me to do a VA session on my own budget and payroll. I sit here for literally 100 hours over the last 2 months helping you, helping Lucy, helping Ate, helping Precious, Mohammed, Ali, Bradley, everyone, all of you guys, doing your budgets, getting your pay, doing all this, literally hundreds of hours helping you guys get paid. And no one will even schedule a single session, a VA session, what you get paid for, to help me get paid myself. Do you understand how outrageous that is? That I have to sit here for hundreds of hours basically bending over backwards to help you get paid, and you guys all refuse to even schedule a single session to help me get paid. No RTVA, no VA sessions, nothing. And it's literally a client work that you're getting paid to do, and you still won't do it. You see what I'm talking about? And this is why it's a block. It's unacceptable to move forward, period. I will go hire people who do want to focus on scheduling with me to make sure I get paid too. And if anyone here, Precious, Mohammed, Ali, you want to schedule any time to go over my budget and my payroll, that would be great. Because I need help with it. And it's client work.
Yes.
And I'm willing to spend hundreds of hours on helping you all get paid. So where's the equality,
So if I want to schedule with you to work on your budget and payroll, do you have a pop? Do you have your pay rate details?
It's more complicated than that.
Okay. So
the answer is I have multiple pops.
Okay. Can we have a topic on that, like a view up, then we address that?
Sure. Of course we can if we want to. But again, it's like that's putting a pause on all the other budget stuff and everything else, I mean, this is a very interesting main session. This is not at all how I thought the main session was going to go today. I thought the main session was just going to be focused on the budget, boom, 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 get everything passed, and then move forward with the past budget. So instead, we have very, very, gone on a lot of tangents and a lot of things that were not at all related to the minimum we need to do for the budget. But it's good to address. And if you guys want to talk about getting me paid, of course, I would love to do that, because I need to get paid, and my whole situation is insane right now. Like there's so many things going on with me that I need help with. Today's situation and pay and budget. So yeah, if you guys want to talk about that, we can. I think we should take a break either way. And then if we want to do a topic, and just to remind anyone can check out at any point past the 2 hours, past the 1.5 hour. Our main sessions are 1.5 hours. I think we even have policies that we're breaking that we're supposed to do verification and statements that we want to go past the 1.5 hours. So I'm going to do policy training on that. So no reminder or statement of the 1.5 hours mark. So I just want to remind the new workers you are not required to be here. You can just check out anytime you want after the 1.5 hours. That's it. And there's no additional requirement to continue. So if you want to continue, you can. But if you want to check out right now, you're welcome to. Otherwise, we do 5-minute break. We're going to come back and then potentially do a topic on getting me paid, which I can't even remember the last time we had a topic on that. Maybe 2 years ago, a year ago, 6 months ago. I don't know. If we did it the last 6 months, it's been like once, and it was during a buddy team. It was probably with Lucy. So no one wants to check out? Let's do a 5-minute break.
And the break. Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
By the way, I'm back. If anyone wants to continue.
Are we back?
Yeah, I'm right
Are we
here.
back?
I'm ready. Uh-huh.
Okay, good. Let me do. So, can we have topic 5, right?
Uh-huh.
And so topic 5, I'll be getting into it, right? Or something. Okay, G situation. Sorry. Five. Six to 15 minutes. Let's do 15 minutes. Reading is going on. And to address. Do we have agreement on this topic? Do we have agreement? Is anyone hearing me?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I'm in agreement.
No objection. Good. So I'll create the topic tab. Topic tab. So, Precious, you need to create the index. I taught you yesterday. So, can you do the indexing?
Let's do it.
Okay. So, I'll get you the link. The link you're using now. It's my link. So, we've had about 3 weeks. Yeah, I think it's the last one. Minutes. Okay. Let me paste it for you so that you can see. So if always remember I said 60 minutes, then you do the calculation. 60 in 3 places, it's the extra minute on top. You add it and times it.
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
So all you can do that.
Let me know when you're ready.
So tell us when you're ready.
Who?
I'm talking to Precious.
Okay.
Me?
Indexing. We are waiting for you to do indexing.
No, I told you to do it. Like, just do it.
Well, no, I
Okay,
thought we
don't
were
worry.
doing training on the indexing. Like Martins,
Yeah,
are you
yeah,
training Precious? That's why I'm not
yes,
talking. Because usually it can
I
happen in the
trained
background.
I trained her yesterday on it, but
I
probably
know, but
she
you can
forgot about.
continue the training right now and make sure that you understand the
Yes.
calculation. So it's
So,
pretty simple.
so now, oh yeah, listen, precious once again. Like I told you, it is only 60 minutes round, but you will now times it based on the number of hours or minutes. Now we have 3 hours plus 42 or 24 minutes. So that is 60 times 3, then plus 4, plus 24. That's the calculation you are going to do. So once you get the calculation, can you do the calculation for me?
6 times 3 plus 24, yeah?
Yes.
60 times 3 plus
Yeah.
204.
400. What is it?
204. 204.
2. You can't do 2.
You said 60 times 3.
Yes.
60 times 3. That's 180. Then plus 24. 204.
Yes. Now 204. 204 times 60. That is 12,024. 12,024. You can't be
12,240.
before 10,024. So always remember that is how you do it. So once you get it, you go to the beginning of the link, you type and or ampersand then T equals that number. So when next you want to revisit this topic, it will take you straight to the beginning of this topic. Is that understood?
Mm, partial.
Okay. You can always do that again next time. So
Okay.
Jay, we are done.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Cool.
Okay.
So lots of issues going on here. I think overall you have the situation that's important to understand. We want to go over the you know, the availability options, like what can we actually do, actually do. Then we have the structure and policies that we want to consider. And then we need to consider kind of like the, next steps and the actual work, right? And if you want, and then we can do questions, right? There might be questions and other issues, right? All right, so let's go over the situation first. So, I mean, there's a lot that goes into the situation, but the bottom line, there's the whole issues of the workers and the work. But then we also have just like where I live in California and, the problems with my life experiences. And then we have, kind of the overall goals, right? So basically the bottom line is that I live in a place in California that is just, there's money everywhere. Like everywhere you look, there's millionaires. And I've met many billionaires. I went to school, and my friend died about 2 months ago. And I went to his funeral. It was the most extravagant funeral I've ever seen in my life. I'll probably never go to anything like that ever again. And his dad is the 876th richest person in the world and worth $2.5 billion. This is my friend's dad. Right?
Okay.
From there, my brother, I don't know, has like 10 to 20, $25 million. I mean, he's multi-millionaire. This is my brother. Right? And as long as my parents don't have anything, but it's just like, my ability to communicate, and there's just millionaires everywhere. Like I talk to millionaires all the time everywhere, right? And I've been involved in lots of organizations with millionaires and people in them. There's also some poor people, but not that many. So I live in poverty. I have no income. I have no money. I'm completely dependent on my family and other people. And I have been working and doing this for 2 decades, 20
Time
years.
for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
And I've committed my life to helping build, cooperative, collaborative social projects, right? But I'm obviously not the best communicator, and I have, issues and things like that, which you don't necessarily need to go into now. But the bottom line is I think differently. I have different perspectives, but we all have different perspectives. And it's good to have different opinions, different perspectives. So the bottom line is that even though I've helped multiple organizations make multiple millions of dollars, when it comes down to the money, no one ever wants to pay me. So I typically get cut, and I've been the treasurer for many organizations, and then typically when the money comes in and I'm asking for $3,000, $4,000 of money, just no one ever wants to pay it. And I can't get a job, haven't gotten a job before, and all the organizations I've helped start, like there've been 4 or 5 times we have millions of dollars, then I get cut, right? Most recently from before the pandemic. So the problem is just like not being able to convince anybody that the work I do is valuable and that we should be doing it, right? And so right now, what are we doing? Well, we're building new decentralized, distributed, cooperative models across the entire world, and we have this multifaceted token infrastructure, and technology where we want to actually do, value tracking of all the value and the tokens and everything. So it's just like we have so much going for it, and I myself have I'm you could say, okay, even though I live in poverty, I don't have enough money, I can't take care of myself. I'm also not homeless because my family takes care of, like, I'm dependent on them for food and shelter, right? And like my life, right? So in that context, I'm certainly lucky, and I choose to use all of the energy I have into trying to make the world a better place. But in the context of actually getting paid, it's very difficult. And for whatever reason, I have gotten stuck in this situation where as a treasurer of many organizations, I have just overseen lots and lots of money, but I can't touch the money. It's not my money, right? So, example, all the money my parents have given me, it's in trust, and it's like I can't use it. It's like stuck for like some house in the future that I can't buy because I can't even pay the mortgage, right? So it's just ridiculous. So, and then my family and parents have helped millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars to my other brother, but they just won't help me, right? So it's just like it is what it is. But if we can just get the most basic structure set up and just follow the most basic policies, basic social media, basic communication to the public, basic, organizing our notes, doing our tokens.
Pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Doing our tokens, get a couple of investors, get a couple of people interested in what we're doing, we could make millions. But we just have to get started so that people take it just at least somewhat seriously. And it's sad because we've already had the opportunity to make millions over and over and over again. We just completely just fail. So we got involved in Bitcoin when Bitcoin was $1,000 per Bitcoin. It's $100,000 now. We had dozens of Bitcoins, which means we would have millions and millions of dollars right now. But I couldn't find anyone to pay to do dilly squat. So I paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and nobody does the work, which is why we stopped paying people to just sit around not doing work. We paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for people to just sit around and not actually complete the work. And that's why with Co-op 2.0, the new model is that you actually have to complete the work to get paid, which in some ways is sad because everyone doesn't get as much money or whatever. But in other ways, like, it's better for the organization, it's better for all of us because the organization can actually become successful and we can make millions instead of scrumming by on hundreds of thousands of dollars here and there. So what am I talking about? Why can't we pay people to even just take notes? It is like the thousands and thousands of times I have had to ask people to just take notes. It's like pulling teeth to literally just show up in a meeting instead of just sitting there doing absolutely nothing to take a few notes. So 99% of the time, I'm taking notes on everything, and no one will even take a single note, like happening right now. That is the core problem. We're never going to make any progress until people actually do the work that they know they're supposed to be doing, but they won't do it unless I force you to do it, which is never going to work. If you have to rely on me before you do the work, it's never going to happen. Because I can't say it 1,001st time, 1,002nd time, 1,003rd time. It's just a complete waste of my energy and time. Like, if someone doesn't want to take the notes, then just leave. Get out of here. It's the work. If you don't want to do the notes and you don't want to do the work, there's no reason to be here. Because no one has time for it. Right? We're trying to actually build something and create something. So from there, the example of the notes is the example for everything. Because we're unable to take the notes right now, no one's going to do the work. If you don't do the work now, you're not going to do the work later. You're not going to do the work tomorrow. If we have all these assignments, we have all these, no one's going to do it. Because we can't even take the notes right now. You guys understand? So I've paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and put all of my life savings.
Please stop, write down whatever you were about to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
And all of my life savings into trying to build something, and we can't even get people to show up to do work and, for example, oversee the assets, right? So we have policies on the books that no one individual should have to make trades and deal with assets of like tens of thousands of dollars at a time, and nobody will show up and nobody will even help me with it, even if we pay them for it. And if we can actually deal with the assets, we should have been able to make millions of dollars on all the Bitcoin. Instead, nobody helped me. I couldn't even oversee it myself. It was overwhelming. So we transferred it to other people that then just scammed us for it. They took all our Bitcoin. And we lost 90% of all of our money. Right? So what we have left is just scrapes compared to what we had before, and all of that money is not being overseen well either, and none of it's ours anyway. So it's just like, if we could just get organized with the funds, with the money, know how much money, like the question that comes down to always is how much money do we have and how much money are we spending? We have no idea. We have no idea how much money there is, and we have no idea how much money we're spending every month. We're getting it closer to having an idea, but we don't know. So it doesn't matter how much it costs. Like if someone wants to get paid $10, $20, $30 an hour, it doesn't matter. We just got to get the work done. At this point, the cost per hour is irrelevant. Right? If we have to pay someone who can do the work at $50 an hour and fire everybody else, that is better for all of us because we will make more money. What will not make us any money is not doing the work. We have to find people to do the work. And as an owner, you're not responsible for doing the work at all. You can make money and get tokens and get rich and not have to do a single thing as an owner. What you need to do is make sure the work gets done. That's the responsibility of the owners. So whether we do it ourselves or not, it doesn't matter. We just need to get it done. So that's the issues with the work, right? I don't know why the workers won't do the work and why I am not able to communicate in a way that helps people do work. Instead, all we do is argue about people getting paid. I spend over 90% of my time over the last year and a half on just talking about paying everybody else while I have gotten paid not a single dime. So literally thousands of hours talking about getting Martins paid, getting Lucy paid, getting Ate paid, getting everyone paid, and I got not a single dime. Okay, so what are the goals? The goals are to, and still no one's even taking any notes at all? We don't even have a topic?
Taking it, not getting it down. You can check line 43.
43? Why are you taking notes on line 43? It makes no sense.
No, I noticed that you were trying to do some explanation with the way you were doing, so I decided to move it down so that I won't distract what you want to say.
Okay, so again, like we need to have clarity on the policies that if I have to say it, then someone needs to be doing policy training. How many times do you think I've done policy training during this session? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did policy training 5 times during the session. Martins, you did it once. So thank you, Martins, for doing policy training. That's wonderful. But the idea is we're breaking a lot of policies. We need to be doing policy training and learning. Otherwise, we're not learning anything, you know? So let's go over the goals. So list of goals. List of goals. So the goals are to obviously get the finances and assets organized no matter what. We have to know exactly how much money we have, exactly how much money we're spending, all that. There's just no way to get around that. We need the new contract. Without the new contract, I can't get paid. And none of the rest of us can get paid anything reasonable. We need to do the multimedia. We need to get the token set up, right? So the tokens are essential. 99.99999999999% of all my value is in the tokens. So either the tokens get more valuable and we actually get the tokens functional, otherwise I lose 99% of all my value. So for me, there's nothing more important than the tokens. Okay? So then we have the payroll and then we have the budget. So with the payroll and the budget, we need to get the structure set up. So that's kind of what we'll talk about next as far as like some of the next steps. So structure and policies, availability options and structure and policies. So is there any questions on the situation and the goals and everything? And then we're going to go into the structure and the options.
No question for me. It's okay. I'm
Okay.
following.
Yeah. So overall, there's 3 primary ways of getting me paid. Also, it looks like we're not following policy on people disappearing. So when people disappearing, so not following policy on people disappearing. And I should not have to remind people when someone disappears, we have to send a message. We're required to send a message.
Okay.
So who do we lose? We lost Precious. And who else?
No, it was me. I switched system.
And we lost Mohammed, right?
Yeah, Ali. I think Mohammed has gone. Precious has gone.
Okay, but they disappeared. Oh, no, Mohammed's back. So just Precious.
Yeah. Okay. Let me send message to her. I lost you. I'm sending message to her.
Okay, so there's 3 primary ways of getting paid. Obviously, we can add me to any team budget and change my pop and start paying me, right? So this is a minimum wage of $18.20 per hour.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we don't add me to the budgets, which then comes back to the whole issue that we were talking about before. So the whole reason why I don't get paid and I get added to the budgets is because my pay rate is $18.20 an hour. Minimum. That's the minimum wage. So to pay me any less than that is illegal. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
But we could add me to the TWC budget or to whatever budget, but it's like then we'd have to fire other people because we can't pay me $18 an hour and then hire 10 other people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's the first option, and that's why we don't do it. So the second option is the executive team budget. So with Co-op 2.0, so with the new Co-op 2.0, we now have a new model for the executive pay. So basically every single deliverable has a
Live streaming has stopped.
And executive pay structure. So let's just look at the $8 of bonus here. So there's $8 bonus for the main session. So that means that you have $8 bonus for the policies, following the policies, and the participation in the session. Plus you have $8 for the base income for the team. So that's the base income team value. right? So that's $16 for normal workers. Plus there's additional $16 of value for the executive team value. So the total value for the entire session is $32 of value for the main session between the executive side and the worker side. So the problem is that we have not worked out the executive budget, not worked out the executive pay structure and model, and we have not worked out the payroll, right? The executive payroll. But we have the whole model. The whole model is there. We're ready to pay me, but there's not. But we haven't set up the model because we've never had a topic on it. So this will be our first chance to actually talk about this and get this all set up. So this will be our first things for like next steps. So we're starting to make a list of next steps. One of the first one is the executive pay structure for bonuses and base pay value, right? So the key thing that we're discussing is that let's say you have an $8 base pay income for the team. The policy would be equal value based on actual effort and work output, right?
Okay.
So if all of us do the same amount of work, the value cannot be higher. So let's say we have a buddy team session with Martins, Lucy, and Jay, right? And so at the end of the session, Martins gets $2, Lucy gets $2. The maximum I can get is $2. Okay, so Lucy gets $2, Martins gets $2, and then for me, the maximum I could get would be $2. So if we all did the same amount of work in that session, the maximum I can get is the maximum that anyone else gets. So let's say Lucy got $3 and Martins got $1, then I could get $3 because Lucy got $3, right? So I could get equal to the maximum amount of the maximum amount of work of anyone else doing. So the only way I could get a fourth dollar is like the only way to get a $4 is if I did substantially more work than Lucy. So there would have to be something else that I did on top of what Lucy did.
Okay.
But if we all did the same amount of work, I can't get more money than anyone else. And the other example would be a double team. So we have a double team with four workers. Well, no, let's say 4 workers plus executive, right? So 5 people total. You would have worker 1, worker 2, worker 3, worker 4, and then executive, right? Executive 1. So if each worker got $1 for the buddy team session, the double team session, the maximum amount that I could get would be $1. That I don't get $4. You understand?
Okay.
Because I haven't done anything more than anyone else, and it's a double team. Right?
Sorry, G, before you continue, let me quickly add this before you continue. So now, with what I'm saying now, if let's say we are having normal regular session and the needs call for us to have a double team, so now by the time we are done, not that we will not have a value, we will have a value, but the value is pegged at $1 each for the workers present, including the executive.
No, the bonus is $4. Right? So if you have 4 workers and they all do equal work, it's $1 each. It's the same bonus, it's just the $4.
Okay.
That's why a double team That's why a double team, we require a statement. So when you do a double team, you're required to do a statement understanding that the value of the work of the double team is less than you could ever be able to make in relationship to your pay goal. Like, it's impossible to reach your pay goal in a double team. You have to do buddy teams.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm following.
Yeah. Anyways, that's not really applicable to what we're talking about. Basically, the bottom line is that let's say that we don't follow the policies. So not following policies, and then you have like Lucy and you have Jay. And Lucy doesn't make any money for the session because there's no policies followed. And Jay does a bunch of work on some other topic for silent work or something that is not related to VA. I could make my $4 because I'm doing all this extra work that Lucy didn't do, and I could still get the $4 for the work that I did. That wasn't related to the VA work or anything that Lucy did.
Okay.
All right, but the whole point that I'm trying to make is under our current policies, executive pay must be related to output and work. Right? So what Lucy does, and you see in the bonuses a lot, is you just see like whatever the total is, it's just like executive pay double and that's the total. And it's just like that's wrong. And it doesn't make any sense and I can't get paid like that. So it doesn't help at all. So whatever work I need to do, whatever work I do, it needs to be equivalent to what the work is being done in the session. I'm getting paid for deliverables. So if there's no deliverable and it's just like, oh, double whatever, there's nothing. That's not pay. So if we want to follow the current policies, which I don't know if the current policies are enough, but the current policies that we do have need to be able to follow the structure of actually deliverables. So we have to track executive deliverables, which currently we're not doing. So if we never track executive deliverables, I will never get paid.
So, okay, okay.
So let's add that here. So next steps, we need to get the executive pay structure set up properly. Then we need to track executive deliverables, which we currently are not doing. Okay, so those are the first two things. The next thing would be the budget and the payroll. So there needs to be an executive budget and there needs an executive team budget and there needs to be an executive team payroll. Neither of those do we have. Okay, so those are all the main things. So the last thing that we need to go over in terms of understanding the available options and the structures and policies is there's a third option. So we covered the first two options on line 46 and line 47, and so now we're going to cover the third option. Okay?
Okay.
But we do need to take a break. We missed the break. It's pretty brutal, but I think this is good to just skip the break, and then we're going to get this done, and then we can check out and wrap up. Okay, wrap up and check out.
Yes.
We're almost done. So the third option is that we have activity business, right? So this is Jay's business, and under the policies, I can pay myself with my own money however I want to, okay? So this is obviously the easiest way to get me paid. Okay, so the activity business would basically be saying, so we have the activity budget and the activity payroll. So this would basically be saying, okay, literally like 100% of the money we are currently using is basically 100% coming from Jay. So there should be a way to get me paid because all the money's coming from me anyways. You understand?
Yeah.
So we spent all the money that we had from everywhere else. All of our other money that we had from our clients from before that we lost our clients, it's all gone. All the money's gone. Okay, so all the money now that we currently have is coming from me with the new contract and everything. And until we find new clients, like we need new external clients. So all we have to do is just, set up a budget and a payroll. I mean, I don't know exactly how to structure this, but it could be anything from just, $500 to, $1,500 or whatever per month, regardless of hours or pay or whatever, right? Or we could say, okay, a stipend. I could have a stipend of, $1,000 per month plus deliverables bonuses on top, right? And then basically that would be the equivalent of, tracking hours and values. So let's say I'm working, 100 to 200 hours per month, and then saying, okay, anything over, we can do the calculation. So if you do $1,500 a month divided by $18.20, you get 82 hours. So I'm typically working between 100 and 200 hours a month. So if I'm working over 82 hours, that should cover the minimum wage for $1,500. Right? So we can set up a simplified payroll for a activity team, but then we have to do the payroll, we have to do the budget, and we have to actually, run the payroll and make sure it's all tracked out and verifiable. So for me, this is and then we also have to do the equation. So let's say we have the new contract. So we have let's say that the current money that we have, I think we estimated we have like $25,000. I don't remember exactly how much money we said we had. Let's get the list. So this is the monthly accounting. Monthly accounting. I don't see the monthly accounting. Monthly accounting report. Nothing. Look, our token went up in value a little bit. That's exciting. It's a very significant increase, actually.
Yeah, from 0.05, 0.105.
All right. So, bottom line is that this is more work that we should be able to do. So we need to be organized and we need to know where everything is. So our monthly accounting should be easy to get. So report. Oh, here, finances monthly accounting support. This is it. Found it. All right, so put this right here, line 112. So all of our finances is totally transparent, public, everything, right? So we can see all of here on line G, April 19th. So this is like 2 weeks ago. We had a total overall of $22,000, which is very, very small amount of money. Not a lot of money at all. So it could disappear extremely fast. So $22,000. And our total for our bills currently is like somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000 a month of bills, plus all of our HR budgets and everything. So we're looking at almost $4,000 a month, $4,000 to $5,000 a month. So this could be as little as like 4 or 5 months, and then we're done, right? So not enough money. So then the new contract, and then we have 2 new contracts. So there's let's say the temp, let's call it a temp contract, and then we have the new contract. So the temp contract I think is in around $5,000, and then the new contract should be somewhere around 30,000. Let's say 25,000. So overall, that should help us get above 50,000. Okay, so overall we should be able to get $50,000 together. So then the question is, if we have $50,000, then we need to say, okay, how much of it is going towards the bills? How much is it going towards the co-op? How much is going towards the executive team? And then how much is going towards activity? So let's just say workers. We're all the same co-op, right? So workers. So this is co-op costs. So if we know that we have $4,000, let's say $1,500 of bills, let's say 6 months to a year, so it's going to be equal to, let's say, 7 months times 1,500. So we're going to need at least $10,000 for bills. Then we're going to need to pay the workers, what, $2,000 a month? So $2,000 a month times 7 months. So at least $15,000 for the workers. Right? So then the executive team, maybe I can get, five or 10,000, maybe I get $7,000 here. And then the activity team, maybe that's where I get the most money. So maybe this would be in the range of, $20,000. So that would equate to, oh,
1,000. Okay, with 20,000 assigned to activity, and if your pay goal is 1,005 in a month, in 13 months, the whole money will be depleted without any additional flow of income.
Alright. So it works out here. It's pretty close. So it's around $50,000. Obviously, we don't want to spend the money that fast. So this is all way higher than we need it to be. So it probably should go down a little bit. Anyway, so that's what we need to do. We need to break out, like, how do we break out this money? How do we have money for the different bills and the different budgets and everything, and making sure that it's all works out within the policies and what's available based on the agreements. So this is where it gets a little more complicated, where we need to do. So let's go back to the next step. So we have the activity budget, we have the activity payroll, and then there is the trust agreements and the token value for the new contract. So we have the new contract, trust agreements, and token transfers. Yeah. So if we do all of that, we will be in good shape. Because again, I don't care about getting paid per month. I want to get paid long term forever to take care of my family, right? So it's about setting up an infrastructure that's functional. And then we really need to be doing the multimedia and the assets work, and actually start making money and actually doing the work and getting new clients and bringing more money. Because if we don't do that, then all this money is going to be gone in a few months anyways.
Yes. Okay.
So anyways, like, this is just kind of doing a quick overview. So what we're missing here, but also in the next steps, is we're obviously missing the work organizing spreadsheet, and we are missing the responsibility training, all that kind of stuff. So we need to get organized, and we need to schedule, right? Schedule, and do the RTVA so that we can start working on this and follow up on it. The other thing it's good to note is that I will be in Old World starting in like a week. So I'll be traveling and taking partial leave and everything, so that's also something that we have to consider. And most likely it'll be like Zuri, around 12 p.m. UTC, that I'll be more available. It all just depends on how things work out. But it's also another next step is to schedule. I already have on there, and then also Old World scheduling as well. So do you have any questions? Does it make sense? Do you see how it's more than just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna get Jay paid? Like, we're building a business infrastructure that will last forever.
To me, it's a lot of work involved. Honestly, I can see that we've not even started scratching the surface.
Sure, but imagine how much work it is to build the entire co-op and do all the budgets and payrolls for 10 teams, and then get everyone paid and do all the payrolls and all the budgets every month, and then doing all this. I mean, I am putting in ungodly amounts of work helping you all get paid. I get nothing for it, right? So you guys get paid to do the work for this. So every single part of this is going to be a bonus and a pay, and like you're tracking, you're getting everything, right? So it's like we should be able to do this work as part of our work. And again, you don't have to do it, Martins. If you can't do it, that's fine. Let's hire someone who can do it. I think that's where we seem to have this, especially with Lucy. Lucy seems to think that if she can't do it, it shouldn't get done. It's like I don't care if any of us can do the work. Let's find someone who can do the work. I literally just don't care. It doesn't matter who does it. We literally is it possible for this work to get done? Yes or no? By anyone in the world?
It is possible.
Of course it's possible. So like let's just do it and figure out a way. If it means we need to postpone all the recruitment and do another round of recruitment and increase the amount of money that's available and try to find people who can work for $20 an hour, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we just get the work done.
Yes.
Until it's done. Because we're the owners and we need to figure out how to get the work done.
You see, sometimes whenever you're speaking, because of the details involved, you try to summarize some things, but not until we prioritize it at the topic and we have a breakdown flow of what it entails, we sometimes don't understand the picture clearly. I now want to say I see the picture clearly in terms of why you want the current proposal to go to pass. I now see the reason why when you keep saying we are not getting you paid, because sometimes I usually think before now and in the past that we are doing the payroll, we are doing the little client work. At least the client work goes to the executive is our client and everything. And not until when you start breaking it down now, what it entails and everything. So it is throughout TVA and VA sessions that all these things can be fully addressed effectively. So I think we need to voice and echo this louder for everyone, especially the new team, to make sure this is delivered.
Mm-hmm. Yes, very, very
And
important.
I can seriously feel your pain.
Yeah.
Knowing that you have a lot of people that are around you, and one of the reasons why they might not be able to want to help is because they will believe they will be thinking maybe the organization is not well structured, it's not organized, so they can't invest their time and everything. Not until we are organized, we do the work. That is when we can attract investors.
Exactly. We just need to get like the most minimal structure set up that's functional.
So at this point in time, what is important is more training. We need to do more training, put it to work. Training at the executive level to get things done at the executive level, not at the normal worker level.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I did lots of executive training with Alberto for a few years. So, and we could do executive sessions every month. We're supposed to do an executive session. So if you want to do executive work, that's fine. That's up to each individual to decide, but overall, like, we need to just get focused and do the work, one step at a time, and follow the policies and do the responsibly training and the responsibly organizing, and somehow, some way achieve the goals that we have set up to do. Which is getting our tokens organized. So the new client will be basically two things. All the money we're putting into two things. One, the tokens. Getting all the tokens organized. The umbrella everything token, right? The umbrella token of everything. And then two, our multimedia and social media and our communications with the public. And that's it. So we have like $30,000, we're putting $10,000 into multimedia, $10,000 into the tokens to get them set up properly for the public. Okay, so that's basically the work for the next 6 months. And then from that, by connecting to the public, communicating with the public, communicating and getting all of our tokens to the public and connected, the goal is that we can start having money. and that our tokens will be valuable, and we'll be able to start bringing in more money and hopefully connecting the public or more donations and connecting the public to do more coalition building and hopefully grant writing and bringing in additional funds from new clients. So we have a plan. It's just a matter of like figuring out how to get the work moving forward and doing one step at a time and simplifying. Like, there's always a million possible ways of doing it. And the way that I work, I look at all the options. But if we look at the 3 options of getting me paid, obviously the easiest option is number 3, right? And just setting something up in the activity business. I think we also need to do the executive team budget because that's all ready to go. It's all ready to do. We just have to do it. But it's not going to pay me very much money. It's only going to pay me probably a few $100s. So the activity business is where I could get just like a chunk of money to start paying some bills off. I mean, I haven't been able to pay bills for years, So, and I want to make sure it's clear I can do these on my own. Obviously, I want to make sure it's approved and everyone knows what's going on and it's all accountable and verifiable because it affects everybody. Every dime I spend on myself is a dime that you guys can't make, right? So all of the money is related. So in the context of the problem, core problem here, I'll give an example of the assets. So after losing millions of dollars of the Bitcoin, and the gains and all that stuff, it's just a nightmare. And all of the trading, it's like you trade and boom, like money just disappears. Like it's intensely massive anxiety in the past. Like I've had horrible anxiety and horrible problems with dealing with the money and the crypto because of how much money we've lost and how that's affected all of our lives, right? So it's like getting involved and even going into the accounts and trying to figure out how much money there is something that is a massive emotional and anxious anxiety process for me, which is why we pay people to help me do it because I can't do it by myself. It's too much. It's overwhelming to deal with all this crypto and all this money. It's a huge mess. Like everything we did in the past, disastrous mess. We did not do the correct things and we lost lots and lots of, we didn't technically lose money. We missed out on massive gains. Like we should have made millions of dollars and we didn't. But the crypto that we currently have is worth more money than the crypto that when we had it before, after we lost all the other crypto, because it's gone up in value by so much. Even the pittance that we had left is now worth more money than we even had back then, if that makes sense. Which is why we even exist, right? Like the whole reason we exist is because Bitcoin's at like $100,000, right? And we started at $1,000, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So all the little amounts of pittance here and there that we used to have is something that we were able to scrape by on, but we have very, very little left. Like we're down to the last couple $1,000, and then we have all the nonprofit money, which is the main reason why we're able to continue. And then we have this like new contract that we're trying to get set up. So we have it's kind of our last ditch effort. And then from that point, I think we can get it all set up, but it's just like the same thing is true with the activity payroll and the budget. I mean, it's just overwhelming trying to think about all the money and how to all figure out. Like I hate it that I don't have just access to my own money. It's not my money. It's all in trust. It's all other people's money. I oversee the money, but it's not my money. So we have to find ways to get me paid and to get ourselves paid with the money that we oversee because it's not ours. So anything that we do, the money needs to be organized and addressed based on the trust agreement that oversees the money because it's not our money. I wish if it was my money, we could just do whatever the hell we want with it. But it's not my money. It is money that's put aside for specific reasons. So we have to follow the reasons and understand what the money can be used for, and then we have to track. So let's give an example. The easiest money is line 122. Okay? So this is the temporary contract that we can do the fastest, and so we're setting up a trust agreement for this like this $15,000 little like mini money that I'm getting access to, okay, through the family. So this is money that is being broken out into basically there's $3,000 going into health related expenses. There's putting aside $3,000 for what's the best way of putting it? A family member in need. So this person is has mental health issues. And then we're putting aside $3,000 for basically like I think it's actually maybe 2,000. I don't know. Anyways, the point is that we need this all written out and have it all organized, and hopefully we'll have $5,000 left for like business expenses, right? And then $3,000 there was. Oh yeah, I can't remember what it was. Oh yeah, this is remember what it is? It's incentivized um family issues. I don't know. Family goals. There's goals that we're trying to achieve in our family that we're putting aside this money to try to achieve it. And I don't know if it's gonna work. We're trying. Okay. So then this total should add up to $15,000. So we need to track and make sure that the money is spent properly according to the trust agreements of what the money is available for. Okay. So maybe this is like 4,000. So it's $15,000 total. So we need to understand. And so this should give us access to around $5,000. But maybe we could try to milk it out to 6,000 or whatever. I don't know. We just need to like organize it all out and have an understanding of how much we can actually spend. And then this $6,000 should at least get us through a month or so while we get the new contract set up. So these business expenses is just like a temporary, quick money to get the new contract set up, which will be for the the 30,000, right? So it's going to be this temporary, quick money contract. So this $5,000 we can just get like immediately invested in the business, get it set up, and just it doesn't really matter how we set it up. The $30,000 we have a lot of work to do to set that up, and it has to be set up in a specific way with the tokens transferred and all the value and assets. Just a whole process to get the full contract for that. Whereas this $5,000 like quick thing is going to be easy, and at least give us a little bit of money to like get a few more months through. Okay. And then once we get all the details on exactly how much money, just to make sure we know exactly kind of what we're talking about with the money situation. So we need to do a full audit and evaluation of all money and reporting in the entire network. So we know within the administrative branch, which is the money that we control, we currently have $22,000, right? But then there's the entire rest of the vortex where we oversee other people's money, right? So of all of this money, I would estimate it's somewhere in the range of $400,000 to $800,000. Let's say 650,000 maybe, 700,000. I don't have any idea. I have no idea. It's $400,000 plus. It's a minimum of $400,000 that we're overseeing.
Okay.
It's unbelievable amounts of money for me. But I can't touch it. I can't use it. It's not mine. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and I've been involved in dozens and dozens of projects, and I'm involved in all the family money, and so I get all this money that I'm not allowed to use, and it's all set up terribly. So we're setting up new contracts. So we set up all these new contracts, and so in the new contracts, we have everything set up so anything above the value of the initial investment, so we help people make money. If we're successful, we get 5% towards investing in social assets and projects, right? So we should be able to, if we can, as we build the system, the goal is eventually being able to help and invest people's money and have all this money value expanding, going up with whether it's crypto or stocks or whatever. So we have our whole simple investment model. We have all the finances. We just need to organize them and then present it to the public, and we can even take on more money. And the contract is so that we never in this situation ever again, we will never take on people's money without the agreement that basically we get 1 to 5% of the proceeds of any gains for the projects that gets invested. So they still have the value of the investment, right? But we can then move around that investment into social projects in the range of 1 to 5%. It's somewhere around that. I can't remember exactly what it is. So you have to look at the contracts and everything that we're changing. But so this will make sure that in the future, if this $400,000 goes to millions and millions of dollars, like let's say whatever we invest really well and we end up with $1.5 million. If the original investment was 400,000, so 1.5 million, and the original investment was 400,000. Well, let's just say 1.4 million. Right? So if it's 1.4 million and the original investment was 400,000, we made $1 million. And trust me, I've seen this happen over and over and over again. We have gone from nothing to millions of dollars over and over and over again, and then the scams and the losing and the just having it go through your fingertips. So we have all these things in place so that when the money goes up to $1 million again, that it doesn't disappear. Okay? So you will not believe the level of sophisticated models that we have for the investment systems that we don't need to worry about the money anymore. So we should easily be able to deal with tens of millions of dollars without ever having to worry about it, which is awesome. Okay? But before when we had these thousands of dollars of crypto, Bitcoin in like 2015, we had no idea what we were doing. And then it exploded to millions of dollars and we had no idea what we were doing. We were not prepared for it and the money all just like disappeared. Right? It just slipped through our fingers. So now we're prepared for it. So we have everything in place to prepare ourselves to deal with tens of millions of dollars, no problem. Anyways, so the point here is that if we have $1 million of gains, which is perfectly viable in the next 10 years, then the minimum we were talking about, let's say if we say 5%, we'd be looking at another $50,000. So it's not like ungodly amounts of money, but it still would help us keep going a little bit by little bit. You know? So at least it's not nothing. So in the past we got nothing. So now at least we get a little bit of money in the value. And it's not like this 5% doesn't disappear. It's not like we just get the money. We're not saying we get 5% of the gains. What we say is that we can now invest in social projects that can have a return. So we would be investing in our tokens and in our other projects that are successful to help make them more successful so we can actually make even more money and have even more gains and have even more percentage. All right, so it's a social asset model. Got it?
Okay.
Yeah. So turning this $400,000 into $1.4 million, in my mind, is actually not very difficult. We should be able to do that in the next 5 years easily. But ideally, with our tokens, and if we launch the tokens, we get the tokens involved. Instead of $1.4 million, we could have $14 million and bring in like $10 million of value with all of our tokens easily. And then we don't have to worry about money at all, because instead of getting 5% of these tiny little gains, right, from the $1 million, we'll have $10 million of our own money because it's our tokens. Do you see the difference?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, much better. So we don't need 10 million. We don't need $10 million of our own tokens. If we could get our tokens just $100,000 of tokens, we're set for a year, or even like $50,000 is barely enough to kind of scrape by on, with all of our costs and having 20 people involved. But if we could raise $100,000, $200,000, which is easily possible with crypto and tokens and all that, we would be great.
Yeah.
And it's like we don't even like if their tokens are worth $10 million or even worth $100,000. It doesn't matter whether you get upfront pay or you get the tokens. You just sell your tokens. You're getting paid all your full pay anyways because you sell the tokens and you have your full pay. That makes sense? That's why our goal is to get the tokens valuable, because then everyone gets paid anyways. Anyways, we go on and on and on and on and on about all of this. But we went over our goals. We know what our goals are. We know what we need to do to get me paid and to get all of us paid. Because it's really the same thing. There's no difference in paying me and paying all of us. It's exactly the same thing. If I can't
Okay.
get paid, you guys can't paid. If you guys can't get paid, I'm not getting paid. We need all get paid. That's the best thing to wait. Stop thinking about is not think about ourselves, to think about doing all the work and getting everyone paid. Anyways, shall we wrap up and check out?
Yeah. Wrap up and check out.
So any other questions on anything? Otherwise, we can just go into checkouts. Or we could do the wrap up of the value. Do you want to do the value real quick?
Yeah, let's do the value.
All right. So the $4 for the policies,
Yes.
real time policies. So who did the
Who did what?
who did the notes?
Precious.
Precious did the notes. Okay, so we could say like $1 for Precious. Precious, we'll get some. What about Lucy? Did Lucy do anything?
I don't think so. She was supposed to take notes and facilitate rather, but she didn't facilitate because she went out.
Yeah, she got pretty upset at the beginning. So Martins, what did you do?
I did the indexing live recording.
So Lucy didn't do anything?
Yeah, I don't think so. She didn't, I don't know of anything she did other than she stated she will be facilitating, and after that topic, she didn't even finish the topic she left.
Okay, so
So I'm
anyways,
not
I would
sure.
say Precious one. I mean, we also didn't do all of the work, obviously. So maybe like $1 for Precious, $2 Martins, because we made a lot of mistakes. We broke tons of policies, missed tons of breaks. Not good. All right, so then we have the $4 for the participation. So we have Precious, Lucy, Martins. We had Ali and Muhammad, right? So the $4 for the participation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, obviously Martins participated more, Lucy participated, and I would say like Precious and Ali and Muhammad did a lot less. So maybe Precious was $1, Ali Muhammad 50 cents. I don't know. See if it works out. And we could also finalize this after the checkout too.
Oh, did you see create the tab? Did you see nothing? She didn't do anything.
Muhammad was definitely late. Muhammad was late, so I would say 1.25 per Precious. Ali 50, Muhammad 25. Good. All right. So, shall we check
Why
out?
will Precious get 1.25 and I will get $1? Participation.
Oh,
I
sorry.
participated.
So
I took
Precious was
notes.
0.75, Lucy was 1, and then Martins is 150. That's what I meant. Yeah, there we go. That makes sense?
Yeah, it's okay.
Because you participated the most, Martins, and then Lucy, and then Precious, and then Ali, and then Muhammad did the least.
Okay.
All right. So, checkouts.
Yeah, let's check out.
I can start. I would give the session like a 5.5. I was kind of surprised on how we did not focus on the budget. I'm excited about the new team NWG session tomorrow, where I think we'll probably just get the budget passed in like 10 minutes. I think the budget's already passed, really. We just need to focus on the HR board and figure out what's going on with that. So if the new team can get their budget passed, that would already show that it's easier with the new folks. So we'll just have to see. maybe we should definitely update them all on the proposals. And oh yeah, we definitely need to make sure someone, send out request for someone to do the voting form. And then also I'll be working on the assets, the finances. I'll be like preparing for a partial leave, or more like extended partial leave, like additional partial leave. And then from there, I'll be working on the budgets and payrolls, and you know, I'm willing to schedule regarding the proposals and discussions on core values as needed. Check.
Okay. So I'm taking account Martins. So for Martins, my Martins. So my rating is 6.9. The session, the session was very long, very long. A lot of interesting things came out, such as understanding this perspective towards value and why the proposal needs to be passed, regardless of individual position, and especially on equal time and equal money. And I previously feel this to pay because it's not easy when you are finding people's skill set and don't get anything in return. So in that case, I want to prioritize LTV for the coming weeks and see how I can get it done. Even if I'm going to make some mistakes, at least I'll take the courage to continue to practice and understand it so that things can move on the proper way in such a way
I'm gonna
that we
try.
can
Hold
have
on a
more.
second. I'm gonna try muting Precious. Keep going. Wait, and Ellie. There's a
Okay.
lot of background noise. Oh, it was Ali. Okay, keep going, Martins. Maybe I'll hear you better now.
Okay, so I said I will prioritize RTVA, even though there might be mistakes along the way. I will see it as a learning curve over time. I will overcome it, and also to look into steps involved in getting JP check.
Great, I can hear you so much better. So Ali and Precious, I muted you because there was a lot of background noise and I couldn't hear Martins. I missed a few things. If you want to add them in. But Ali and
I'll
Precious,
do
do
that.
you want to check out?
Yeah, Precious, check out. Um, 4.5. The session was long. We spent a lot of time on topics. We didn't get to finish the topics, and I'll still keep on assisting on the GWC budget. Check out.
Okay, thanks, Precious. Ali?
Yes, it 5.5.
Okay.
Obviously, this session is so long, and I gathered a lot of knowledge for uh, budgets, and we spend a lot of time, and I learned something in here. No, not something, lot of things, not something.
Great.
That's it.
So overall, our next
Yes.
focus here is getting our budgets completed. So that's what we would need to do. Also, let's make sure we track all the hours and time for everybody because I think we forgot to do that. And then I would
4
say
hours. 4 hours. 3
no,
minutes.
it's not 4 hours. 4.5 hours.
It's 4 hours, 33 minutes.
4
34
hours.
minutes.
Yeah, so 4.5 hours. So 4.5 hours for me and Martins and Precious and Allie, right? All of us got here on time.
Yeah.
So Lucy was more like, I don't know, 2.5 hours, and Muhammad was about 1 hour. Sound about right?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So yeah. So we need to focus on getting the budget completed. Uh, but we also need to address these core value issues and make sure that that gets addressed. So hopefully we can address that tomorrow. So I definitely want to do a buddy team with Martins tomorrow and see if we can finalize that. And then we can get the budgets finalized and passed. I mean, just to review really quick, the budgets were pretty simple. So DWC just had the POP verification, which we have the criteria. We just need to prove. So I'm not sure why we weren't able to do that, but that needs to happen. The new poly effect on the bonus pay stops, I think we almost did that. Bonus for official training. So we could skip some of this though because we didn't get it because we got it started and it's almost done. We just need to do the voting form. Bonus of official training, new team, old team relationship. So we didn't vote on the new team, old team relationship. That still has to happen. And then we need to communicate with the HR board and figure out what's going on with the HR board. So overall, we are in good shape. You know, so we're closer than ever before. So we're definitely a no on the POP verification, but the new policies, this is like, you know, basically we attempted. So that's all we can really hope for. If things don't pass, then they don't pass. But we did not attempt the new team relationship. So the new team old team proposal to make sure that the teams are not interacting did not get voted on and reviewed. So that needs to go into the voting form. And then the HR board communications, we haven't addressed that either. But that means that all that's left is the POP verification and one proposal, and then that's it, and the budget's done. Minus the core team issues. So we can add in here the core value issues. So core value issues, which is equal time or equal money. Okay, so that just needs to be worked out.
Okay.
But otherwise, we're looking pretty good. Looking pretty good.
Okay.
I'll talk to you all tomorrow. And feel free to communicate on Discord as needed. And thank you all so much.
So,
yeah. Any other last questions?
One last question. On the Discord channel SFC server, under recruitment coordination channel, you know, you stated some things about a criteria for verifying POP. I think to me, we can use that as a model to use to verify POPs, and that will help us a lot.
Yeah,
That's just what I want to see.
When we went through the one POP that we did go through, obviously was not verified and didn't have many things that were a problem. So we need to update the criteria. Yeah.
To me, the criteria is important for us to follow because we need to know what exactly we are going to base our criteria to know if a POP is verified or not verified. So that's the most important thing for us to know, because
the way to know whether a POP is verified or not verified is to follow the responsibility training. So this is what Ali and Precious need to know, is that when you're taking on a responsibility like POP verifications, you go to the link for the responsibility training, you follow the step-by-step process to make sure the POP is verified. And if you're not doing that, the POP is not verified. The criteria is what we follow to as part of our structure to make sure the POP actually is functional and makes sense, but the process is how you verify it, okay?
Okay.
So we want to update the criteria, and then by updating the criteria, we then need to update the responsibility training.
Okay.
But either way, what we need to do is we need to get it started. And that's what the problem is, that we haven't gotten it started. So if we could at least get it started, it's like I think we've had 8 sessions in the last week or two on follow-up in POPs. And it's like, we easily could have addressed this, we just chose not to over and over and over and over again. And we've known we needed to address it, but we don't. So it's just like we need to just, and like every single time, there's never a link to the responsibility training, ever, in 8 sessions, which is against policy. So it just keeps coming up over and over and over again, and we don't address it. And we know we need to address it, and it probably would take 15 minutes to address. It's so easy. It's just like, oh, here's the criteria, verified, check, 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 and then here's the link to the responsibility training, check, 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 and then over the next month, we keep improving it. I'm pretty much done.
Ready to go?
Yeah. Okay, so any other last questions?
No question.
Cool. All right, I'll talk to you all later, and I wish that today's session was smoother and went better, but some sessions don't go as good as others, so we'll just see how things evolve. Thank you so much. Right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes, and also I want to make sure and clarify that part of the job is making sure that we work 1.5 hours, right? So the goal is that the session ideally would be 1.5 hours, right? And staying focused and getting the work done, doing exactly what we need to do. Obviously today we got into all these other topics and all these other issues that were important, but we just need to realize that our goal as a worker is to try to help our sessions be shorter, 1.5 hours, right? That's the hard part. The easy part is having a 4-hour meeting. 4 or 5 hours, we can have 6-hour, 10-hour meetings. We've done it all many times. That's easy. The hard part is getting all of our work done efficiently in 1.5 hours. That's the hard part. And the way that you do that is you come to the session organized with all the proposals and everything. Like, I worked really hard getting all our proposals organized and everything presented so that we could be prepared. So I probably spent like an hour doing that. So if everybody did that and they came prepared with all of the work ready to go at the main session, it would go really, really fast. But obviously we all need to be in agreement and we all need to understand things. We kind of got derailed because we didn't have agreement. And there was other issues with Lucy and stuff too. So, all right. Anyways, any other last question?
No question.
All right. I'll talk to you later. Take care. Thanks again. Ciao.
Thank you.